Councilman Espinosa? Councilman Warren?
Present. Thank you. We have a quorum for a meeting, thanks to our good Councilman Espinosa. We have one item on our agenda, and it is a resolution transferring and appropriating funds for GA 07002 to GA 7009 Riverfront Park and Improvement and Major Maintenance, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Could we please have a presentation? Mr. Walker, the floor is yours.
Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery.
Let the record show Councilman Swearingen, Washington has arrived.
Vice Chair. So this is a part of the budgetary process for the last few years. Memphis River Parks Partnership has received a $250,000 cover line for major repairs at the property. Typically, we wait until there has started to be some expenditure on the MRPP side, and a few weeks ago, Art Davis, who is the COO of MRPP, sent us an email asking that we go ahead and appropriate the funds so that they can invoice us for expenses already incurred. So I've got a description of some of the costs already, but they're at about $120,000 of out-of-pocket expense. This allows Tristan in our CIP office to reimburse them for those expenses, and as he points out in the email, they should burn through the other 130 pretty quickly.
So I had to call and ask about this because I wasn't aware, but we appropriate $250,000 for CRPP or MRPP to maintain that River Bluff area, including Tom Lee Park, every year. And what they do is once they spend it, they come to us for appropriations to pay the bill. And so that's what this is for. So if you have, maybe give some examples.
Sure,
Then we'll see if we have questions, and let the record show Councilwoman White is here.
At this point, they have 3 invoices to send. They did surface repair to the play pod north of Beale Street Landing, essentially the play surface for about $35,000. Paving of the Wagner lot, which anyone who's been to that lot, just sort of at the foot of Beale there, was desperately needed. That cost $61,000, and then replacement of compressors at Beale Street Landing. 3 compressors failed, and the cost of replacement was $24,000. So their total to date is over a little over $120,000, and so that's what they'll be reimbursed out of this cover line. And it's like any other cover line. We appropriate it, and then, we get it allocated, and then we appropriate it to the line seeking council approval.
Do we have any questions? Motion to approve, and second from Councilman Swearingen, Washington. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And chair is an aye. That passes. And we're adjourned. Thank you, guys.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to start early today. Welcome to Memphis City Council, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting. Today's Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Chair Spinoza.
Present. All right, there's 2 items on the agenda, and we've got 30 minutes, and I think we're going to be good. We are going to stick to the time. President McGowan, item number 1, presentation on the lead service line replacement plan representing all council districts requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I don't think we need a motion.
Second.
And we'll go ahead and President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here, Chair. I'm joined by Quentin Clark, who is our newly selected Vice President of Engineering and Operations. If anybody knew Nick Newman, he has taken another job with as the Executive Director of Tennessee Association of Utility Districts. So Nick's getting a great opportunity, and Quentin interviewed, and he's our new Vice President of Engineering and Operations, joined by him today. So I will start. We're going to talk about lead service lines, but because some people have not been as familiar with the water system, I'm going to give you a quick overview. This is the famous Memphis Sands aquifer from which we draw our water. Those 2 vertical blue lines represent the wells that we put down into the Memphis Sands, and to a lesser extent, the Fort Pillow Sand aquifer from which we draw the best drinking water in the world. This is how the system works. Where those pumps are, that electric pump, that draws water out of that well that I showed you. It comes out of that pump, it goes over to our aeration, where it trickles down over trays and rocks to break those water molecules up and to disperse any gases that are trapped. Sometimes you get the rotten egg smell, that's what it releases, so you don't have that in your water. It also gets rid of some of the iron. It goes through then a filtration, which is a multimedia sand filter to remove any other sediment and particles. And from there, it goes over to our reservoir. On the way, we put some chemicals in, some fluoride for your teeth, some chlorine to disinfect it downrange. And then also we put phosphate, which will be important when I talk about lead service lines. From the reservoir, it gets pumped out into the water mains to our residential, commercial, industrial customers. I have some show and tell. So we have 10 water treatment plants, most in the city of Memphis, 2 in unincorporated Shelby County that provide water to all 256,000 customers. These are the pictures of our water pumping stations. One is 100 years old. The newest one we have is in 1990. So that's what they look like. And if you haven't had a chance, we'll get you out there to visit one. So this is what a well looks like. If you see these around town, that is a water well. It's pulling water out of the ground, about 2 million gallons a day. We have 110 of those. We also have 84 monitoring wells to monitor the water quality. If you've seen a structure like this on North Parkway or in your neighborhood, this is an aeration cell. Water flows from the top to the bottom along those trays. It's broken up, gases are released, iron is removed along the coke rocks, and this is the first step in treating your water. It flows from the aeration station over to a filtration area. This is a gravity filter, sand and mixed media. The water falls through the media gravitationally. It pulls all the sedimentation out on any of the particulate out, and then it's ready for us to treat and send to you to drink. These are the chemical tanks. We put some fluoride for your teeth, some chlorine for disinfectant, and you can't see it here, but we also mix phosphate and put in the water, and that's the anti-leaching agent that I'll talk about in just a moment. A reservoir, not much to see here, that grassy area. There's an underground 10 million gallon reservoir right there. It's concrete lined. That's where the water sits before we pump it to you. And here's what that pump looks like. That big blue thing on the left is a high service pump. That's what sends the water out to you at about 80 pounds per square inch through our water mains. And on the right is an auxiliary pump on top of a reservoir in case we need some extra help pumping water out. We have to have a reliable power supply, 2 independent electric feeds to every pumping station because water is important and we got to keep it flowing. And in addition, we also have backup generation there. It can't run the entire station, but it can run at least 1 pump and 5 wells. And finally, our water quality assurance laboratory, that's over at Sheehan, right by the University of Memphis. The water quality lab does 40,000 compliance tests a year to make sure our water stays very quality. And I just wanted to give an overview of our water system by the numbers. So there's the 110 production wells, 10 treatment plants, you got 15 towers, You've seen those around. Those help boost the pressure. We have 19 booster station pumps, 74,000 valves, 31,000 fire hydrants. And importantly, we got 4,000 miles of water main distribution and about 51 miles of water collection main. That takes the water from the wells to our pumping stations. All told, 256,000 customers. That's 256,000 residents and businesses that are served with our water. And when you add all that up, our system is just about 5,500 miles of piping to take water from the wells all the way through to your house. Now, when we did an initial inventory about lead service lines, we identified approximately 24,000 service lines out of those 256,000 that could potentially have a lead service line. So for context, out of 5,400 miles of water piping, we think, because we've already replaced about 8,000, there's about 90 miles or so, and that's what we're talking about focusing on removing from the system. So I offer this because people will often say, you have lead all throughout your system. Well, that is simply not the case. It is a small portion of this. Every one of them is important, but just for context, I wanted people to have confidence in our water system. So that's where we are. So now I'll get into the specifics on the lead. On the bottom left of the diagram is the water main. The blue line that goes horizontally across is that service line. That is the MLGW-owned service line that takes water from the main to the meter. The red line is the line that takes it from the meter to the house. The red line and the blue line are what we're talking about, could be constructed of lead if the house was built before 1950s. Okay? So, we all know what a lead service line is now. The EPA says there's between 6 and 10 million of these across the country. Because of that, our water lab will test free of charge anybody who is concerned about their water. And if they have a concern about potentially having lead service lines, we'll test it free of charge. This is what I was talking about. We have a corrosion control program, and not all water systems have that. And we continuously monitor the quality of the water. We put the phosphate in the water because that forms a barrier between those pipes and your water, preventing that lead from leaching into your water or copper from leaching into your water. It's an inert substance that doesn't do anything to hurt you, but it prevents that water from leaching or lead from leaching into you. So that's your first line of defense.
Is there an actual physical?
No, this is a chemical barrier, Doc. So it's kind of like you would have for, the chemical actions for drugs, the same kind of a thing for water and lead here. So what have we done? I'm sorry, I went too fast. So we stopped using lead in the 1950s. We also did an initial survey a few years ago that identified where those lead service lines could possibly be, and that was based on what we call tap cards, our records that we know what we put in. Now, those are not comprehensive. They don't go all the way back to the 20s, but what we knew we had and the dates of construction. Because we knew from that survey that we had some lead service lines in 2012, we began removing them from between the meter and the main. And in 2016, we started testing water on behalf of our constituents. And we've done about just under 4,000 tests, and only 24 have come back above the threshold. So what that means is the phosphate is working. TDEC and the Tennessee Department of Health are responsible for sampling schools. I know that's a question. They have done sampling as recently as 2023, and they'll be doing some more sampling in 2024. All right, so what's next? Here's the suspected areas. We have 2 areas that compromise what you might expect, the oldest parts of the city. North Memphis, South Memphis, Midtown, Downtown, and parts of East Memphis over into Grahamwood. Bounded on the north by Jackson, on the south by Poplar for the northern part. Bounded on Park by the south and Poplar on the north. As far east as Goodlet, so that gives you a sense of where we're talking about. That's the suspected areas where homes were built early in the growth of Memphis and where we need to do the investigation. All right, so we also have a virtual map if you'd like to go to this website, and everybody can do so. This shows the results of our initial survey. If there's a green dot in front of your home, we have confirmed that there is not a lead service line from the meter to the main. If there's a yellow dot, we don't know. If there's a gray dot, we have confirmed that there is a lead service line from the meter to the main that is on schedule for MLGW to remove and replace. This is the map that will be updated as we do our survey in 2024. So here's the progress. As I said, from 2012 to 2023, we have inspected, removed, replaced 8,000 lead service lines. 5,600 needed to be replaced, but we've eliminated 8,000 because we've discovered some that didn't need to be replaced. Okay, the change here is in 2024, instead of 1,000 a year, I have increased that to 1,500 a year, which is what I think I can do this year to get 1,500 out of the system. When we do that, we send a notice to the homeowner. We send them a letter. We also provide them with a filter for 3 months of filtering. We instruct them how to flush their lines, because when you replace this lead service line, it can disturb some of the lead particles. And so we want to filter, flush, and make sure you're safe. And we also provide the lab for analysis so people can get their water tested. I'm not going to get into the details here, but the EPA is driving compliance on this. They have a thing called the Lead Copper Rule Revision that says we have to have another survey completed by October 16th of this year, and that's what we will do. It's going to be an inventory. We have to dictate what our replacement plan is going to be in the schedule and how we're going to comply with sampling. And we're working with Shelby County Health Department and other partners to make sure we have a list of all the child care and healthcare facilities. On the bottom left is essentially the program. You do corrosion control, you inventory your lines, you identify what they're made of, you replace the lead service lines, then you keep sampling and do public education. So that's the process that we'll follow. So what are the next steps? This city council provided $5 million of ARP money to MLGW to begin replacing lead lines on the customer side. We will do that starting in 2024. This is specifically for customers who we've already replaced the lead service line from the main to the meter. That $5 million should cover about 500 of those. We have some work to do to identify which customers, but we think most likely it will be owner occupants because that makes it the easiest way the homeowner can give us permission to replace that. TDEC is telling us we have to plan. They put some money aside through ARP. They granted us $389,000, and that's what we're using to put our plan together. At the end of 2024, we'll have that inventory complete. And then once that inventory is complete, what we have to do is continually work to identify the unknowns, to verify what it's made of, and then to remove any that are made of lead. Now, there's a separate article that I just mentioned. If you look at the fine print, it's called the LCRI, Lead Copper Rule Improvements. The EPA is saying we're making some improvements to the process, and we're going to put some guidelines in place. The public comments on that just closed on February 5th, so we anticipate it's going to be 6 months or so by the time they finalize the rules. So probably about the time we finish the inventory, the EPA will have brand new guidance for us that will tell us how fast and what the rules are for replacing these lead service lines. So this is an evolving situation. The guidelines are coming out. That will help guide the $15 billion that the federal government has set aside to help utilities and cities replace these lead service lines. Now remember, it's about a $90 billion cost, so we're going to have to figure out how to cover the rest of that locally at the state level, at the utility level, so more to follow there. It's going to take a lot to replace the customer side. If you just want to think about the complexity there, it's a $90 billion problem. We only have $15 billion. How do we get access to private property to do the testing and the replacement? How do we know? I think you're going to consider later on how we know who the owner is. If it's an LLC, it makes it really hard to contact the owner to get permission. And then use of public funds on private property is something we're going to have to think about as well. We are having ongoing discussions with Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and other water utilities who are already doing the same thing that we are. So we're all in this together. Quentin was just in Nashville. This was the hot topic for all of our utilities getting together to say, okay, how are we going to comply with the new rules that are coming out, and how are you facing the challenge? Because we're all in it together. This is not a Memphis thing. Just so you know, like I said, we think we had about 24,000 unknowns here in Memphis. Nashville has more than 100,000 unknown service lines, so they have a lot of work to do in Nashville as well. So with that, I'll stop and take any questions that you may have.
I'll ask a question real quick.
Yes.
Councilman Warren, I see you, and if there's anybody else, real quick, we'll come to you next, Councilman Warren. But lead testing, so if a constituent reaches out, which they have in the past, and they say, I'm worried about lead, what's the process?
So they will reach out, and we have a number on our website for lead testing. I don't know if you know the number off the top of your head, Quentin, but our water lab, Kimberly Griswold, her team will come out to your house, deliver you a water testing kit, show you how to take samples. You take samples, deliver them back to the lab. Our team will test that water absolutely free of charge and give you the results. Quentin?
Yeah, the number is 901-320-3962.
Can we repeat that, please?
901-320-3962.
And I'm going to use that for a quick segue, Dr. Warren. Sorry, I'm speaking before I recognize you. I want to thank Ashley real quick. One of the things that we've done, and Doug, you two, and the whole team, Councilwoman Walker and I prepared this for all council members, for the public. These are topics that have come up since we've been here in office and just come up consistently. So this is just a little one-pager that we're going to try to pass out every week. And everybody should have it in their email, and you could push it out to your constituents however you choose to engage them. But thanks to everybody for putting it together.
Thank you, Chairman, for doing that. It's really helpful.
And that's a number that we'll add, we'll add that to the next piece. All right, Dr. Warren.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As this process is going on, I've just been noticing since it was on my street that what ends up happening is we go through, and even when homeowners can tell you, I just put in whole new lines here, here I've got I can show you where the contractors did this. We still dig the street up and go look at it.
Yep.
And I asked them about that. I was wondering, why do we do that? Because homeowners are going to be wanting to know. And I assume it must be a federal regulation that makes us have to do that.
Well, no, Dr. Warren, remember, the homeowner puts it in between the house and the meter. MLGW puts it in between the meter and the main, and the location of the water main, the service line is in the street between the water main and the meter. So we're digging up the street to do the MLGW side of that. Your contractor would not be doing that part.
However, when they did mine, they had to redo the MLG&W because it had come apart from the main
Probably,
at
yeah.
that point. So
Yep.
there should have been records of that you guys could have seen, I guess.
Sure, that sounds like a one-off. That's not typically the case that we see where the homeowner's doing that, but it will help us as we replace those water mains. And we are going to be cutting the street a lot, but the great news is we've been working with the city, the engineer and Public Works to say, why don't we'll just go through and cut the street, and then y'all come through and pave it all at one time, and we think that's going to work out really well. So we'll be coming to you with an action on that in a subsequent meeting.
Okay, do you want to say any more about that? You just want to wait?
Yeah, we'll wait to bring it to you, so.
Okay, because I think that's a really a good thing to be thinking about.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Let's recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton arrived. Mike, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. President, CEO, I did hear you mention about the private properties and the water and the lead testing. And you said the public funding and on the private property. And that's going to be kind of hard because you said if it's an LLC, right?
So I just want to be clear. If any customer it doesn't matter who you are, if you have a concern about lead in your water, we'll test it for you.
So, okay, that's what I wanted to make
absolutely.
sure.
We'll test it for
You're
everybody.
going to test it for them anyway.
Right. What we're talking about is the replacement of the lead pipes. So I'm just saying we have a lot to talk about. So there's going to be a limited amount of funding. So when we're talking about
Which is 90 billion.
90 billion. Well,
And
90
we only
billion.
have 15, right?
That's right, of course,
Okay.
federal government. So then we're going to have to come up with some more. So the dialogue is going to have to be about how do we apply that money. So I'll just use a very simple case. If there is an owner occupant who is income qualified, in other words, they're on a fixed income, that may be a category of customers that we choose to allocate public funding to replace that lead service line. If they're an LLC that owns 500 rental properties, do we want to be using the limited public funds to replace it on a line that is owned by a corporation? I'm not saying yes or no to either. I'm saying there's some complications there. And further, as you guys talk about landlord tenant and some of the bills that are up in Nashville now, it's like, how do we even contact that LLC to get permission to get on the property? So it's not as straightforward as just identifying the lines and replacing them. There are some confounding issues that we're going to have to work around. Limited funding, how do we get permission, public versus private. So lots of more work to do on this. We're just at the beginning.
All right, thank you, Doug. Good? No more?
Thank you.
All right, no more questions on item number 1. This doesn't require a vote.
Does not.
And I want to thank Councilwoman Easter Thomas for bringing this up. So we'll go to item number 2 on the agenda. This is the update regarding LED streetlights. You all requested this, and then let the record show that Councilwoman Green, I'm sure she just left like a CNN press conference or something, has arrived. And Councilwoman Logan has arrived as well.
Okay.
See?
Steve and Andy, come on up, please.
And I am trying to stay on time.
Yep, we're gonna rip
Great.
through this, believe me.
Great news for
Yeah.
the citizens of Memphis. I will be chairing the next committee as well, so they get to listen to
Awesome.
that for the next 45.
Well,
Okay, wait, no, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Logan is vice chair, so she'll handle it. I'm so sorry.
okay, great.
I was really excited about that. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Chair. I'm joined today, this is an LED streetlight. I'm joined today, Brad Gates. I also want to make an announcement. Brad Gates is been promoted to the Director of Electric Construction. So Quentin's our
Congrats.
E&O and Brad is our Director of Electric Construction. He is awesome. He is the reason why we've done 77,000 streetlights in this city. So if you're looking for the guy to blame, it's Brad. So this is one of the LED streetlights if you'd like to look at it. I'm also joined by Steve Seafried, who is from Amoresco, our contracted partner. These are the folks that created a way for us to do this without raising anybody's rates and finding a way to do it quickly. Steve is also, I called him and said, we're doing this in a year. He said, so anyway, he figured out a way to do it. And Andy Kazee is from the Binghamton Development Corporation. You're going to hear an inspirational story, and I really want to focus a little bit on that here because you all know what the streetlights are, but I'm going to show you, go through here just briefly, a few updates.
Thank you. Yeah, and
So-
in the interest of time,
Yep,
10 minutes, right?
yep, we got it.
Okay, yeah.
So bottom line is, we did the project.
And
We did-
thankful and
Phase
excited.
1 is done. I was going to show the video, but you all have seen the difference in the streetlights, right? They're much brighter than the old streetlights. I'll show you a problem later on. Yes, ma'am. Okay, you want to see the video here? Okay, sorry. Here, I'll just do just a minute. Oh boy, here we go. Oh no. Let's get verification. Oh, here it goes. Okay, let me see if I can make it big for you, Councilwoman. There we go. Okay, here's the video of the before and after of the streetlights. This is downtown by FedEx Forum. And I'll just show a few minutes. That's the old high-pressure sodiums. Here's the new post installation, so you can see much brighter. And yes, I'm not flying it. We have partners at actually, yeah, that's right. No, I was not flying that. But that's again a before. This is our partners at All World Management did this. So anyway, that gives you an idea. In the interest of time, I'll slow it down and let's see. How do I do that, Andy? Just get out of this thing. Bang. Okay, back to PowerPoint. Okay, am I back there? Yeah. All right, so phase 1, replace the heads. Just put these on where the Cobra heads were. That's what we've done, 77,000 of those, okay? Phase 2, when we started this project, we talked with other cities, and they said, and we talked with Steve at Amoresco, and he said, you should expect about 5 to 10% of your lights to not work after you put them in because these do not have a ballast like the old lights have, and they're very sensitive to voltage. So other cities have seen up to 10% of their lights. We're very fortunate. About 5% of our lights saw that issue, but that's what phase 2 is about. Steve and his team at Amoresco, Brad and his team are out finding and fixing all those voltages. So people saying, you replace the lights, now it doesn't work. It's because there's a voltage problem that wasn't evident before we changed those lights. So that's what phase 2 is about this spring to get all those fixed. We're also going to do underpass lighting. We have to verify the GIS database. I'll show you that. And then the lighting management system, which is what this is, we have to integrate that, and I'll show you how that works here in a minute. Shortly, Arlington and Millington will begin their conversion. Bartlett and Collierville are already underway. So next. Bottom line is this was a great program. We had some goals, and we met all of them. It saved us $2.5 million a year in electric costs. We had a 30% goal for MWBE. We're going to be almost at 33%. It saved us 6.7 megawatts, which it was supposed to save energy. And the recycling program, I want you guys to see this because it's awesome. We often get accused of going too slow and taking too long, but again, Brad Gates is the reason that we are 1 year and 77,000 lights. Nobody in America has done it that fast. Los Angeles took 7 years to do 140. And while it's a fiscal decision for Nashville, they're still taking 4 years to do 55,000, so we'll take that small win.
Real quick, will you just repeat that one more time?
Yes, no one's done it.
We've led the country in this.
No one has done it as fast as we have, and we've had the fewest number of issues with our lights during the conversion. So Bartlett and Collierville are just about done. They have a few more months to go. Arlington and Milling starting, and we'll get Germantown and unincorporated Shelby County along as they so desire. These are the benefits. Again, a 6.7 megawatt reduction in electric demand, reduced our our greenhouse gases. We're having to roll trucks less. After we fix all phase 2, we'll roll the trucks less to replace lights, improve lighting, and we saved money. This is the inspiring story. Note, we didn't just convert the lights. This has helped people live a better and more productive life. I have Andy Kazee here from the Binghamton Development Corporation. He and Steve and Brad came up with this program. And what it is that we took all 77,000 lights, instead of sending them to the landfill, we put 58 people to work recycling these lights, dismantling them, taking apart all of the stuff. And if you have a question for Andy, he can give you the details about how that works. If you haven't seen the Business Hub in Binghamton, it is absolutely inspirational. They recycle mattresses, tires, styrofoam, and now street light fixtures. They also put people to work, give them soft skills, hard skills, and making a better life for people in the area of Binghamton and all across Memphis. As our project's winding down, Nashville has also agreed to send their lights to BDC to be recycled, as have Bartlett and Collierville. Millington and Arlington will do the same thing, so the benefit is going to continue. And I'll let you talk to Andy about that. Phase 2, again, that's what's underway now. We got to fix those underground power faults so that the lights all start working. There's also some issues with getting these things programmed to make sure that the light shows up and that it's on when it's supposed to be. And that's what it shows. About 3,000 fixtures need repair. It's underground wiring faults. There were also along Crump Avenue, admittedly, like Crump had about 10 lights that were out before we converted them. They're still out, so we got to go fix the power underneath the ground. And as I also always say, some of the Memphis drivers continue to knock them down at an alarming rate. And we're trying to pick them up. All right, and here's the issue. This is the famous one. If you guys see this happening, oh, good gravy. How do I make that work? Andy, how do I make, oh, there we go. Let's see. If you see this, anybody seen this around? Okay, so those are flashing lights. That's also an indication that the light is having the inappropriate voltage. It's not sure exactly what to do, so it flashes. We know that's happening at several places around town. All right, you're getting a behind-the-scenes glimpse. This is our lighting management system. Every blue dot on that chart is an actual light that is on. I took this snapshot at night. Those lights are on. The dark circles here with the white in the middle, those lights are off. I see 4 in a row. Brad's team says there's something going on there, probably an underground power fault. We better go investigate it. So we can see the status of all those lights. Gives his team a better ability to manage how he's interacting with the lighting system. So when we say we know the lights are on or off, we can see the lights are on or off with this tool. And here's another thing when I talked about integrating the GIS. This is down in the Whitehaven area. Actually, former Councilwoman Johnson brought this to my attention. On the street that's right there, Hillview, you see the 2 blue dots. There's no circle there, either a blue or a round circle. Well, there's 2 street lights there, but for some reason, this is not integrated into the GIS system, so it doesn't show up on the system. So we have to find that, map it to the location. So when I talk about integration, those are the kinds of integration things that we have to do. Just part of the technology, and Steve can explain the real details behind that because that's as much as I know. All right, so with that, I stopped very quickly, so you had a few minutes to ask Andy or Steve or Brad any questions.
Thank you, Doug. Let the record show that Councilwoman Walker's arrived, Councilwoman Canales arrived, and Councilwoman Logan, I believe you had a question?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. You all are doing an amazing job. We really appreciate it. Congrats, Brad. You've always been amazing. And I'm so glad to know that we are #1 in the country. I had a couple of questions. We've talked several times about it. When we approached this project last year, All World was slated to be a part of the project. They were going to handle the repairs and you all were going to handle putting up the new lights. So my specific question at that time and still is, what are we going to do about the lights and who's responsible for the lights that go out? Not the new lights, but the old lights as they go out. And I was told specifically that All World would be replacing those lights so nobody would be in the dark while we are transferring them or changing those out. Where are we with them, with All World? Repairing those, because as I've shared with you, there are some major outages on major corridors in my district that it's really hurting business. It's, putting us in a way where crime is increasing, a lot of other things that I've shared with you offline. But and I was hoping to kind of hear about that here. So if you could explain to me, because I'm really needing those repairs done separately from this.
Okay, well, let me be clear. All World is not repairing any lights, nor were they ever intended to replace any lights, nor was that ever part of their job to replace the lights. All World was our project manager to do the GIS integration of the videos. Brad's team has subcontractors that do the repairs to the lights. Amoresco is bringing additional contractors to the fore to repair lights. So not just our crews replacing lights. Now we have Amoresco and some of their subcontractors coming to do exactly what you're talking about.
Tell me one more time exactly what All World's role was like with this project.
I could talk a little bit, but Steve, you can fill in. But they were doing the GIS integration for us, GIS validation. They were doing the video, the inventory for us. Steve, you could hit the mic and tell them other details of what they were doing. So.
And also
the web page development, yeah.
Web page. Oh no, I think maybe their role changed over the year, because when we approached this, that I was told on record that we would have them repairing, or someone would be repairing the lights while they're
right. But I want to be clear, it was not All World Project Management. I never said that. It was never on the record for All World doing that.
So all good. Look, we're approaching 3, 2, 1. So now we're at 9 o'clock, and let's do this if you're okay with this, Councilwoman. Let's make sure that y'all have a conversation just so we can move to the next committee.
We've had several, Chair, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to know specifically who's repairing the lights that are out, that go out.
And I'll have Brad answer that.
Yeah, MLGW is still making all the repairs to the lights, whether it be LED or HPS. Eventually, all the HPS will be gone, and there will be LEDs, but MLGW will continue to make repairs. And as Doug mentioned, we do have some subcontractors, Amoresco, which is Davis H. Elliott, and some others to help some of these underground repairs that we're behind on.
And we can update the public next committee meeting too. I'm not trying to,
I understand, but I've tried to have this conversation offline before we got here, and I still am not understanding the process and what we're actually doing about those 25 or so lights that are out on a major business corridor in my area. So, I mean, I'll acquiesce to what you're saying, Chair, and we need to have this conversation, because we cannot continue to have lights going out in major areas, 10 and 12 on one strip.
Totally agree, Councilwoman.
And I totally am in favor of what's happening and feel that we're doing a great job, but there are some gaps and there are some places that we have to correct, and so this is one of them. And President McGowan is always on point, and when I call, but this area, I'm still not sure of what we're doing. So if you would, Brad, you've always been on point as well, so I'm sure you'll give me a call and explain it, and we can put something in place, because that business corridor has to be shored up. It's so dark out there. Sure. Okay, thank you.
And I'll just say, we have prioritized. You'll note that there are some lights out on the interstate. I have asked Brad and his team to prioritize the neighborhoods specifically for that, because I think the neighborhoods suffer the most with that, and the business corridor. So I just want to be clear that you may not feel it in that one, but we know all of them, and he's already repaired about 1,500 of those. So they continue to do that, and as we add more crews, we're going to get after it. We know nobody wants them on more than I do, and so we're going to stay after it, Councilwoman. But we'll get back with you on the specific corridors to see if we can't prioritize a few of these to get them on.
Is there a place where where citizens can look online to see, just like the paving, when their neighborhood or when the lights that are out in their area will be repaired, so they won't keep calling us and we're telling them the same thing?
Not yet.
That's not online?
Not yet.
Okay, all right.
Hey, and Councilwoman, thank you for those questions. Again, not rushing you on behalf of every council member here. I think Doug knows when we reach out, we expect quick responses and issues to be handled, and I think they do a great job of that. So, Doug, thank you for that. And I added that to the list, too, for us to add on that information sheet. So thank you for bringing this up. That's a great comment for everybody to, where can people go see that list? So now 3 other council members would like to speak real quick. Councilman Ford first, Councilman Walker, then Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton. And with all due respect, so glad everybody's asking questions, but, yeah.
Well, my question don't have nothing to do with light, gas, and water. But what you just said a few minutes ago about the Binghampton recycling place, okay? Very important to me for another committee that's coming in. You mentioned recycling tires. Good enough, I'll get with you on that, because I need you to get with someone else talk about it, because I've been trying to get tires recycled for a long time, okay? And
Yes,
if
sir.
they're doing that, we need to expand on it. Maybe we can get some of them off the street.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Love it, Councilman Ford. Thank you. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things quickly. Thank you again for pausing the construction on the world-famous Elvis Presley Boulevard during Elvis's birthday week last month. We really do appreciate that, and things were able to flow smoothly for the residents and especially for the tourists. So thank you again for that. And Steve, good to see you. So I met Steve, what you said was a focus group, but it was something called the Utility of the Future, and it was sponsored by TVA, and we met in 5 different cities. One was Memphis, and we all did presentations coming from our respective backgrounds, but it was a meeting of the head of utilities from other cities, and I think it was Huntsville and Knoxville, Bowling Green, Murfreesboro, Memphis. But anyway, good to see you. Thank you all for this, and I just want to recognize you and say hello.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you and I have been talking a lot. Straighten that face up. We're good. Smile. Okay. You and I have been talking a lot about these lights and what's going on, and I am really concerned. We know that lighting is very important here in Memphis. It deters crime. The brighter it is, the more light, the more the criminal or whatever acts of the criminal may be deterred. My concern is, have you, and I would like a number if possible, you can get me the numbers, the most high crime zip codes here in Memphis: 38118, 38106, 38127, 38116, 38109, 38114, 38111, 38128, and 38115. I'm curious. Of course, we're grateful that we're number one in the United States or whatever, but we're number one for a lot of things here in Memphis right now. And lighting is very, very important. And so what I need to know is a number as far as targeting these areas where high crimes, are these lights up, working, and functioning? And if I can get a number to understand that, because we see that the citizens and the businesses, we just saw a business that's probably trying to leave Whitehaven because it's constantly getting hit because of lighting. Even my lights on my street has, for some reason, it was very, 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 very bright. Had to get some darker shades. Now it's kind of like dimming. It's not as light, as bright as it was. And so where are we, really? So you got 77,000 streets light diverted from right? That's how many we have up, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to know where these lights are. Are they important key areas here in this city? The whole city of Memphis is important. But right now, in these nine most dangerous, most high crime areas, I sent you an email about Frazier Boulevard. It's a school over there, a little school. And I decided to ride through there a couple of weeks ago just to see how dark, because the constituents were calling me. I didn't even have to turn my high beams on in the car that I was in. They automatically went on. There's a school and there's no lighting around that curve, nothing. And it's been like that for a while. When those babies or parents or school activities is going on out there, and I think you have it, I text you to it just to take a look at it to see, what's happening. They need lighting in that area. And when we invested in this, we knew there would probably be hiccups. We understand that. But not as major as hiccups as we are having now with the money that we've spent. And so I need to know a number on where are we in these lightings in these areas: Oak Valley, Parkway Village, Frazier, Whitehaven, Coral Lake, Whitehaven, Roselle, Castelia, Orange Mound, East Memphis, Yorkshire, Egypt, Riley, and Hickory Hill. We know where the crimes are hitting, and we know where they are. But if the lighting can function and work properly, maybe, and my colleague always talk about lighting and cleanliness, maybe to deter.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I'm not finished. Thank you,
Councilwoman,
Council Chairman.
just so you know.
And maybe
look,
the lighting, when we finish, if we can get this lighting properly, this would kind of help with the crime in these poor poverty areas and these poor low-income areas. So if I can get a number on these zip codes where the lighting is and where we are, that would be so helpful. I yield the floor, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Agree with your comments, and actually something that I'm working on. When I say agree with comments, I have some of the same questions, so we've added that, and we'll leave you in on some of the stuff that we're working on. Any other comments or questions before the committee?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just want to assure every light in every neighborhood has been converted. There may be several that have been skipped over, one or two. We have the number if you want is 3,000. That's how many are not operating out of the 77,000. 3,000, and we know where everyone is. We know where every underground fault is, and we are in the process of repairing them. That's the number.
Doug, thank you for that answer, and I think maybe the two of y'all could hook up and address her concerns for her constituents, and then we'll make some comments next committee meeting too.
Absolutely.
One last thing I need to share with everybody, if you could do this, Councilwoman Walker and I both did this separately on separate occasions. We toured the SCAC, which stands for
SCADA, which is the system operations. It's the nerve center of all of the operations that we have.
all the
System control.
acronyms.
Yes,
Sorry,
that's right.
you could have saved me and told us what that was. But everyone needs to go tour that facility. I will humbly request that everyone go do that. We'll send you an email. And Doug, if you could send everybody an email, please. And then I also collected a cone, an MLGW cone that was in the Crystals parking lot yesterday afternoon on Germantown Parkway. So I'm very proud of that. I just wanted to let you know that. I returned to city asset.
Thank you. I will pick it up from your office and take it back to our inventory.
All right. Hey, no more items.
to order. Ms. Cole, will you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
Chair Logan.
Present. So good to be back today. It's been a while since I've been here. So I'd like to let you know we have 2 items on the agenda. The first one is a discussion regarding Shelby County's juvenile court efforts and juvenile programs, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I have asked DA Mulroy to come and give a presentation for us and to share some information of how we can support his efforts.
All right, come on up and state your name and address for the record, and you may be recognized as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the committee and to you. I'm Steve Mulroy. I'm the district attorney. I live at 1035 Perkins Terrace, Memphis, Tennessee.
A little closer to
A little closer to the microphone, yes. And I have with me Vishant Shah, who is my chief data officer here at the DA's office. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk. I appreciate the invitation from Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I'm going to be talking generally about crime, not just focused specifically on juvenile crime. My understanding at one point was perhaps Judge Sugarman may also be coming and speaking to you, and I'll let him focus on the juvenile crime nature. I'm going to talk more broadly. I have a presentation, a little less than 20 minutes, and then I'll be happy to take questions. What I wanted to do is first thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you, and then also indicate that what I like to do is talk about a couple of initiatives that we are doing right now in the DA's office, just so that you would know about them, and then some other initiatives that we're working on in cooperation with other entities, including the city of Memphis, as part of the Public Safety Summit that I hosted last fall. And then, you know, I'll be happy to take your questions and have a discussion. So with that, if I'll go ahead and proceed. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, obviously we know that crime is bad and has been a problem for a while. We are not higher than our historic high in 2006, and there were some times in the 90s where it was even higher, but it has become extremely high and has been rising steadily in the last several years. I'll point out that there hasn't been a sudden spike starting a year and a half ago when we had the fall 2022 elections. What's been happening is there's been a steady rise that has been continuing, unfortunately, and hasn't abated. Particularly spiked in the last couple of years with respect to property crime, if we can see that. And, excuse me, yeah, there we go. And I think everyone acknowledges that what's driving that spike in property crime is a lot of auto thefts. I think we're all aware that there are a couple of models of automobiles that are particularly vulnerable to hacking and theft, and there's even YouTube videos out, and that has driven a sort of a cottage industry of car thefts. We're not alone in that respect. There's been a national epidemic in the large cities of auto theft. So, you know, we saw a real spike in 2022. It's gotten a little better in 2023, but still pretty bad. Memphis is not by any means the worst. This chart shows percentage changes in motor vehicle theft year over year. But nonetheless, even though we may not be as bad as some other cities, it's still unacceptably high. Particularly what I'm concerned about is the rise in violent crime. As you can see, violent crime has been rising steadily for the last decade in Shelby County to the point where for a number of years, we were #1 in the country per capita in Memphis for violent crime, and those were years that, preceded my accession to office, but we still have a big problem with it. I wanted to talk about some initiatives that we have in the DA's office. So when I first took office, one of the big things I wanted to do was to refocus on violent crime. And what that meant was, among other things, to de-emphasize prosecution in areas like marijuana possession and being late on fines and fees, and to focus more on the violent crimes. That led to a couple of initiatives early on. One of them is the non-fatal shooting policy. Here I'm referring to aggravated assaults and attempted murders. Obviously, everyone focuses on homicide, law enforcement does, the DA's office does. That hasn't changed and it's appropriate. But it had been my observation that the DA's office we were too quick to outright dismiss ag assaults and attempted murders for reasons like victim uncooperative, witness unavailable, things like that. The prosecutors still have full discretion to settle those cases. In fact, when I took over, I tried to return discretion to the individual prosecutors to handle cases case by case. But to outright dismiss one of those non-fatal shootings, they had to get permission from the number 2 person in the office, the deputy district attorney, currently is Paul Hagerman. And there was a checklist of things they had to do to make sure that they were making every effort. As a corollary to that, we have an aggravated assault policy. And what the aggravated assault policy is, and this is a change from what we had been doing before I took over, absent unusual circumstances, if someone points a gun at another human being and pulls the trigger, regardless of what happens afterwards, straight probation would not be our plea offer. There would have to be some amount of prison time. And of course, there's been some partnerships with MPD that I think have worked out well. We set up a cold case unit to work with the MPD's cold case unit. And then we also set up a task force on organized retail theft. I know you all know last year there was those smash and grab things. Those are actually organized retail theft rings that, did the smash and grab in the liquor stores and stuff. And we worked with the MPD on what they called Operation Broken Bottles, which I think was a success. We had an announcement last summer, last fall about basically breaking the back of one of those organized rings. Originally, it led to 15 indictments. That number is now up to 32. All right, so those were things that we did early on. There have been some recent initiatives that I want to make sure you know about. And one of them is what we're calling our fast-track violent cases. We've identified 11 offenses that we want to give special priority to. They are either violent offenses or offenses that are associated with violence. So, obviously murders, ag robberies, ag assault, carjacking, but also things like being found in a stolen car with a gun or being found with one of those Glock switches on a gun. There are things that are not necessarily violent, but they're highly associated with violence. And so we're going to prioritize those. And we've already been doing this. What does that mean? Well, for one thing, it means we're going to move them through the system quicker. There have been self-imposed deadlines we have on our prosecutors to get those cases moving quicker through the system, and I can tell you more about that if you want. The investigation is going to be more robust, so we're going to be monitoring jail calls. We're going to be checking to see if we can use any ballistics evidence to pin that person onto other crimes. We're also going to take a different, I don't have a bullet point on this, but I'll tell you, we're also going to take a different approach with respect to bail. So with respect to what we're calling the V11 cases, we're going to object to any bail that, in our view, doesn't adequately reflect public safety. If a bond is set, we're going to ask for monitoring, or we have been actually, we're already doing this, asking for monitoring, either GPS monitoring or enrollment in the city's GVIP program where there's daily monitoring or something of that nature. The prosecutors will sign up for automated alerts from law enforcement so they get notified of any contact with law enforcement. And then if the person does, in fact, get rearrested, then we will immediately move to revoke the bond. All right, that's the Fast Track Violent Crime Initiative. Something else that I think is equally important is what we're calling meaningful supervision. And basically what that means is, in a much more systematic, across-the-board approach, we're going to insist on rehabilitative interventions in our plea deals and probation agreements, even bond conditions. So what I'm talking about here is if there's mental health issues, require counseling. If there's substance abuse issues, require treatment. Require job training, job placement assistance. Require that the person maintain gainful employment. These kinds of supervisions should be done across the board at every stage. And it'll require the cooperation, and we are, in fact, cooperating with other agencies. So the county's Office of Reentry, TDOC's day reporting system, the GVIP program here in Memphis. We're going to be making much greater use of all of those, and we have been already. So one way of implementing that is sort of a new approach to probation. What we're talking about is goal-oriented probation. Let me give you a concrete example. You might have a case in which the sentence would ordinarily be 6 years, but the person's eligible for probation. They don't have much of a record and whatever. What had been done in the past was, okay, 6 years probation, period, full stop, with no other requirements. So they might check in with a probation officer once a month, but really nothing much was being done. We were sort of waiting for the person to reoffend so we could activate the suspended sentence. Well, and now instead, what we would be doing in a situation like that is having a 3-year probation, but having it chock full of meaningful interventions. So the things I talked about, the GVIP and the job training and job placement, various milestones. And the quicker that they can fulfill those milestones and show progress, the more we will be open to suspending the active supervision part of the probation. So it's goal-oriented for a shorter period of time. I believe that increases accountability, but it does it in a more effective way. Okay, I know there's been a lot of questions about the backlog, and I think that's important, right? I'm about to tell you in a minute that I think punishment needs to be swift and certain. Maybe it need not always be severe, but it needs to be swift and certain, so we need to speed up our time to disposition, and that's one of the things that we're measuring as part of our data initiative that Chief Data Officer Shah is working on. 2 things we're working on to help with that. One is we've brought back something that they had in this office before the pandemic, and that's the 60-day list. To a large extent, the judges are control the docket. They control how quickly things happen. We don't really have a lot of authority there. But there are parts of the process that are within our control. And so one of them is, once a case becomes eligible for indictment, it's up to us to actually get them indicted. And that's something that we have control over. So under the 60-day list now, if any case takes more than 60 days to get indicted, measured from the time it's eligible for indictment, then it goes on a list. And then the supervisors meet with the prosecutors once a month and say, why is this case on your list? Very often there's a good reason. You know, we're still waiting for TBI lab results to come back, or, you know, witnesses in the wind or something. But if there isn't a reason, then there's going to be accountability. And it's been my experience when I was working for a federal judge as a clerk, we had a 60-day list. And in the week leading up to that meeting, there'd be a big flurry of activity. Everyone was trying to get the things off their list. You know, that's what we're doing. Something else we're doing on the backlog is what we're calling the state is always ready policy. I think it had been sort of a matter of professional courtesy that when defense counsel come and ask for a continuance, for a reset, the prosecutors would be inclined to say, okay, well, let's work out something. And we're still going to do that. We're not going to stop being, you know, having professional courtesy. But once it's the second or the third reset, we're going to start asking for really good reasons why it's being reset. And if there aren't reasons, we're going to oppose them. Now, I'm not taking away the discretion from the prosecutors. I think they need to have case-by-case consideration. But what I am asking is if whenever they do agree to a reset, they have to write up the reason and submit it to their supervisor. And we will review those reasons to make sure that there are, in fact, good reasons for that. All right, so those are some of the things that we're doing in the DA office. Just real quick, I wanted to take a step back, sort of the 30,000-foot level, and talk about when is punishment effective and when is punishment not effective, and what is it we're trying to do with punishment? Because I think there's been a lot of debate about this, and I'm not sure we totally understand what actually does work. If there's one thing that the studies and actual experience of jurisdictions around the country kind of all agree on, and the research arm of DOJ, the National Institute of Justice, which is very well respected, has a great publication on this. It's that in order to be effective as a deterrent, punishment needs to be certain and it needs to be swift, but it need not be severe. Far more important and efficacious is the perception on the part of a would-be criminal that they will, in fact, there's a good chance anyway, that they'll get caught and receive some punishment. That's more important than the actual length of the punishment. And the reason I emphasize this is it seems to me that for decades now in Tennessee and Shelby County, and certainly in the last decade in Shelby County, our consistent response to rises in crime is, well, I guess we'll have to lock more people up and lock them up longer and lock them up longer. And it manifestly hasn't been working. Now, I'm not saying we don't punish people. I just got done telling you all the initiatives we're doing to make sure that particularly violent people are getting punishment. But we need both carrot and stick, and it's more important that we have effective and swift and certain punishment than the absolute length. Yeah, so I've already talked about that. I'm not going to go into this in detail. I'm just going to flash by these just to illustrate that there is no shortage of studies out there, actual experience from other jurisdictions that show that beyond a certain point, sentence lengths can actually be counterproductive. What they can do is they can increase the likelihood that the person will reoffend when they come out on the other side, especially if we're not really focusing on rehabilitative interventions. And that's true for adult crime, it's true for juvenile crime, it's true for misdemeanors as well as felonies. I mean, across the board, there's a notion here that punishment can be too lenient, but it can also be too harsh in terms of making sure that the person is less likely to reoffend when they come out on the other end. It's just it's a perspective that hasn't been talked about much in the debate, and I think it's useful to think about it. All right, now one other argument though for imprisoning people is not deterrent. It's at least when they're locked up, they can't hurt us, right? At least keep them locked up for as long as possible so that they can't be a danger to us. When we have tried multiple rehabilitative interventions and it just doesn't seem to be working, and we can, in fact, in good conscience, give up on someone and say they are just a danger to the community, then that is a decent rationale for imprisoning people. It's called incapacitation, and it's recognized as one of the 4 goals of punishment, besides deterrence. So we need to think about that. But when we think about that, I think it's absolutely essential that we talk about the age crime curve, which, if there's anything even more certain than what I just said earlier, in all the studies and the jurisdictions across the country, regardless of offense category, regardless of jurisdiction, there is a demographic curve. Here's the one in Shelby County. The demographic between 16 and 24 is the dangerous period. That's when people are most likely to offend and to offend violently. After that, people tend to age out of crime. And so when we think about incapacitation, we should think about that. So I derive 2 implications from this. On the one hand, it doesn't really make sense for us to spend a lot of money incarcerating people into their 40s, 50s, and 60s. They really do tend to age out of crime. On the other hand, for young offenders, if we have in fact tried multiple rehabilitative interventions and nothing seems to be working, and a young offender really does seem to be a danger to the community, then that would argue for making sure that we keep them there at least until their 30s, right? Until the actuarial data suggests that they are tending to be less dangerous. So I just thought that would be useful for us to think about. And here's some more data. Oh, here we are. Yeah, the Shelby County age crime curve, I think, is pretty clear. 16 to 24 is the danger point. Once people get into their mid-30s, it's less likely for them to be dangerous, and we just need to keep that in mind when we decide what kind of sentences we're going to be focusing on. And I'll point out that sometimes people have said that, well, we've been coddling criminals in Tennessee or in Shelby County, and now we need to finally get tough. I really don't think the data suggests that. In fact, in Tennessee, over the last 3 decades, we've doubled our prison population. We've increased our incarceration rate by 68%. During that period of time, we increased our incarceration rate higher than the national average, and during that period of time, our crime rate rose higher than the national average. And even during periods of time in which the overall crime rate nationally was going down, we kept doubling up on increasing sentence lengths, and it really didn't help. So I just want us to make sure that we keep that in mind, because I think some of the quite natural tendency to say, well, let's make the sentences even longer than we have in the past, that hasn't been working. So we need a more refined, nuanced approach. Again, I'm not saying don't punish them. You just heard me talk about aggravated assaults and non-fatal shootings. I'm just saying we need carrot and stick. And just to show you that that's true in Shelby County as well, so we took a look at 2 offense categories that have been getting a lot of attention: auto thefts and aggravated assaults. What percentage of those cases got straight probation and no prison time? And those percentages have been pretty constant over the last 6 years for both offenses. They actually declined slightly in 2022. And the median sentence lengths for these offenses did not significantly decrease. So if there is some notion that over the last, X number of years, we were coddling criminals, or we've been coddling criminals in the last year and a half, the data really doesn't support that. And for those people that actually did get prison sentences for those classes of offenses, well, let's take auto theft, for example. Okay, here's our median sentence for 2022 and 2023 to date. This is half of them are higher, half of them are lower. And so, I'm sorry, for aggravated assault. These are the sentences that we get. You know, you can see that they go up as the person recidivates, as they repeat offend, as you would expect them to. And, you know, I don't know, each one of us could say those numbers are too low, those numbers are too high, but I don't think they support the notion that we've been coddling criminals. All right, I'm almost done, just one or two more things. I said before that the data shows that in order to be effective, punishment needs to be swift and certain. It need not be severe. In order for it to be certain, we have to have a high solve rate. And this is something I've already talked about with Chief Davis and people in the MPD and Mayor Young. The key measure for that is clearance rate. And for years now, this is not a recent phenomenon, for many years, we've had a low clearance rate, and it's been significantly lower than the national average for comparably sized cities. Actually, not so much for theft, though. Actually, we're doing better for theft, but for murder and aggravated assault. And actually, clearance rates around the country have been declining since 2019. It's a real problem. And we need to make sure that there's a perception out there, that there's a legitimate perception, that there's a good chance that you'll be caught and receive some punishment, right? So there are things that we can do, and you know, I've had conversations with Chief Davis and Mayor Young and other people about this. There are things that we can think about doing to help increase the clearance rate. Yeah.
We're solving 30% of the murder cases.
That's right. Okay. All right, well.
Okay, let's go ahead and wrap up.
Okay.
Quickly, if you
Very
would.
good.
There are a couple of questions for you.
All
Then
right.
we have some other things on the agenda.
So then we can talk about that later. One of the things that I thought might help with increasing clearance rate is the crime lab. And that's something that we've been talking about with a number of people. I've talked with Mayor Young and Chief Davis, the sheriff, various state legislators about that. TBI is trying to do the best they can to decrease the amount of time they take to do turnarounds on their DNA tests. And I'm sure they're continue to do that, and that's great. But there are types of testing that TBI just doesn't do through no fault of their own that I think a crime lab could really help with. Nashville has a crime lab. It's a local crime lab. It has been doing good work. There's no reason why we can't have one too. Okay. So areas that we've been talking about is rapid DNA, same-day DNA testing that would really help with investigations. Digital forensics, cell phones, which could help with auto thefts. And confirmatory ballistic testing in non-homicide cases. These are things that we're not really doing right now. TBI isn't doing, but a local crime lab could do for us. What I think we need to do is ask the state to provide some startup money for this, a building, some equipment, and have the city and the county share ongoing costs. And this is something that we've had a lot of conversations with. I believe there's some interest in the business community to help us with the funding.
Attorney Mulroy.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to send us this presentation?
Absolutely.
So we can all kind of digest it and review it and prepare questions, and maybe you can come back and answer questions on this? I think most of my colleagues in the public we were under the impression that you were going to talk about the juvenile crime efforts and juvenile programs. So that's kind of what everybody's appetite was for and questions. And however, the information that you are sharing is of utmost importance, and we want to make sure we give it the right attention and time. So if possible, if you could send that, and then we can have them reach out and bring you back to talk about it, like put it on the agenda for
I'll send it to you, and then I'll come back whenever you want.
Okay.
And I will finish up right now because you want me to finish up. There's this one thing I'll talk about, and then I'll be happy to be done.
All right.
There was this summit that we had, and there are different initiatives that came out of it. Mayor Harris is leading up an initiative to coordinate violence intervention units programs like GVIP and Memphis Allies. Juvenile courts talking about trying to get more facilities like Pure Academy. where, juvenile defendants are housed in residential facilities. There's a data sharing initiative that Vishant Shah is working on. We're going to be doing a better job of sharing data among all of us. But the one that I thought the city of Memphis might be very helpful in, and something we've talked about, is environmental design, crime prevention through environmental design. And I heard some comments about this earlier in the MLGW discussion. There's an awful lot of data from other jurisdictions that shows that things like when you target high crime areas and you improve lighting and you improve, brush clearing and, basically clean and green initiatives, a little bit of investment can get you a big return on your crime reduction. And that's something that I think, the city of Memphis could really help out with a lot. And let me stop. Oh, one other thing is, I believe MPD has already identified the problem parcels. They have this, or the city of Memphis has anyway. They have already taken a look at this. They could identify the top 100 or top 50 crime areas that would be most in need of this kind of intervention. So I think it's something that maybe we could work on together. And that's it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. It's a lot of information, wealth of information. I have a couple of questions from my colleagues. The first one being Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
He just answered my question. I wanted to know, what could we do as a city council to support in reducing crime and support the DA's office? But it seems as if continuing to invest in those programs, continuing to invest in reducing blight, and work towards getting a crime lab. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you summed it up. The Blight, the environmental design initiative, and the crime lab would be areas where I think there'd be useful partnership.
Okay.
We have seen a lot of success with Safeways. I'm very familiar with them. That's the model they use as well. So now we have Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to let everyone know as an FYI that DA Mulroy will be having a town hall meeting tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. at Southbrook Town Center, and all are welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? All right, if none, we thank you for your presentation. And we'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Please send that over to us.
I will.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one. All right, colleagues, our next item on the agenda is a discussion of the towing rules and the Memphis Transportation Commission. Council district requested by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I don't want to get too deep today in this item, but if we could hear briefly from Scott Boucher, who's the chair of the Transportation Commission, and if we want to hear anything from City Legal, okay. And then our partners in the industry, three of these gentlemen who are here with us today have been true allies and partners. They worked with me when we did the ordinance to change the rates, but also they are as eager to eliminate bad actors from the industry as we are. So if any of you gentlemen want to say anything, we still want to hear feedback. I want my colleagues to digest what's been presented so far, make whatever amendments we think need to be needed. But Mr. Boucher, if you'd give us your name and address, kind of talk about what you can about what happened in the hearing, and then we'll open up for any questions.
Sure. Scott Boucher, 11900 Campbell Street, Arlington, Tennessee. The commission, we've actually had, there's a couple of bad apples is the way we would kind of put it, that are actually making it very difficult for even the people who aren't the bad apples, because it's putting a bad light on them. The individuals have actually been brought to the commission as a hearing once before. The Yolanda in the permits office can only do so much according to what the permits office can do, and that's a suspension up to 10 days. The last hearing, after we heard, we had two individuals that were actually present that had issues occur to them by this one group. And the group themselves, we actually wound up deliberating and suspended them for 30 days. So that's where we're at. We actually just, after the 30-day suspension, They came back, and it seems that a couple other things have occurred right after that, which you would think you would change your ways a little bit, but it doesn't seem to. So at that, we actually have another meeting, a hearing that we've brought to attention as of March 1st. We're just waiting on a quorum. I believe we will have a quorum for that, but we scheduled that for March 1st to hear about the individuals.
I have one question to start us off. What is the max penalty that you all as the commission can render? And as far as revocation of a license or permit goes, how long does that, can you do it for, is it for life? Is it for a year? Is it for, what's your ability as far as a max penalty for these bad actors?
We can revoke the license. I don't know the length of time off the top of my head. I'd have to check on that to see what the length of time for that is, but we do have the ability to revoke a license. Okay. Once, I was just letting know, once we revoke the license, they would have to reapply, and that would actually go to the permits office again and the police director to approve for them to actually be able to get a license again.
All right. Next we have Councilman Warren, and
I have two quick questions. One, do you ever have emergency meetings as opposed to scheduled meetings, except, to get someone in that same week?
Absolutely. We've had an emergency meeting with this group when it came across our plate. We did it in January actually December, as soon as it came across.
And based on the information this council's heard, is there any reason that you have not revoked their license at this point? Is there some law that you have to suspend them 3 times before you can revoke it? Or can you revoke their license at your next meeting?
So the deliberation, we have to weigh out we have to go through the hearing. So we got to listen to everything first. Once we listen to everything, we'll deliberate on that and then make a decision there.
So the answer is you could revoke their license at your next meeting. If after hearing the evidence, it was sufficient enough and looking at their behavior pattern over the past year or two, you have the ability as a commission to revoke their license.
The commission does have the ability to revoke license, any license.
Okay, so I think that's what we as a council need to know, is that we've sent it to you.
Okay.
And our citizens are asking us to help them. So please listen to what citizens have been telling us. Thank you.
Councilman Espinosa, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Dr. Warren just got my question answered, but I want to also say thank you. You suggested to DA Mulroy, General Mulroy, that he would come back, and I would like to see him again in 2 weeks.
Oh, great. All right, thank you. Councilwoman?
Well,
you're in the same boat.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm in the same boat.
Okay.
I want to know, revoke the license. They are terrorizing. This is an industrial city where people are coming and going out. And we are allowing, and this is just so amazing to me about here in Memphis, how we allow the bad guys to continuously terrorize us in our city, and there is no accountability because of laws, ordinance. We got to go through this board, and we got to go through this board. There has to be some aggression to make some examples out of what's happening to the people, to us. We live here. We live here. We have to deal with this every day. And so let's revoke those licenses. Can we do that? How soon can we do that? How soon can we get that done?
Could I be recognized?
Please give us your name and your address, and you may be recognized.
Michael Fletcher, Deputy City Attorney, 170 North Main. We have to be a little bit cautious because there are rights that are due process rights that are vested with the tow companies. That's why we've indicated that we'll have a hearing that will consider not only the current complaints against them, but their history, and then the commission will then make a decision after deliberation and considering all those factors. So we need to be a little bit circumscript about what the pressure on them. Okay. Thank you.
When is the hearing scheduled?
March 1st.
Ooh, praise the Lord. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. We really appreciate the information. Look forward to progress.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, is there any that brings us to the end of the agenda? Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Councilman Canali, you are recognized.
Thank you. Chief Davis, could you come up, please? Good morning.
Chief C.J. Davis.
Thank you for being here. Chief, colleagues, I don't know how many of you got complaints, texts, emails about what happened over the weekend. Best of my understanding, this happened on Winchester near the airport. I just wanted to ask you, I assume MPD made the scene, but if any arrests were made, and your thoughts on how we can prevent activities like this from happening. I can only imagine if you were coming into Memphis or leaving Memphis via the airport and you saw some activity like this, that you probably wouldn't want to return to Memphis, Tennessee. This type of behavior scares people so much that it makes them want to consider moving out of this city. So if you could just elaborate a little bit on what happened, and maybe you clarify exactly where that was.
You want to help with the location exactly?
Winchester and Swain. You're correct. It was by the airport and the underpass for the runway. So again, Steve Chandler, 170 North Main. That did occur on Winchester. If you're familiar with the overpass for the runway, that's where they did do a car takeover in that area. And I'll back to Chief.
Absolutely. Many of our resources were in Mount Moriah Station this week. We conducted a large operation in that area too, and it wasn't that we didn't respond to this particular location, but some of our focus for this very reason, because we've had a lot of car takeovers on 240 in that Mount Moriah Station area. So a lot of our resources were in that area to sort of reduce. We had significant results. We're moving into the Airway Station area in the next week or so, but what we're trying to do is actually avert some of this type of activity. We had the Tennessee Highway Patrol working with us. Even though we had a very significant and successful operation in Mount Moriah Station, numbers were considerably low because of that operation. We know that we have to continue to move where these problems are and try to get in front of them before they actually happen. But because they're moving and a lot of the communication is sort of under the radar now through social media, we just have to really respond quickly when we see it happen. But fortunately, we have the Tennessee Highway Patrol that's working with us. They're bringing 15 more officers to this area permanently, and I think we all have seen more of their activity, but the collaborative types of operations on the days and the times that these kind of events happen is what we're working on, sort of coordinating so that we can be out there when these incidents are occurring.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we've had too many of these happen in our city over the last several months. And I think these guys, for whatever reason, just think this type of lawlessness is okay and they're going to get away with it. So until we can, and I don't know what the response is, normal response would be from MPD or if THP assists us or even Shelby County. But this type of behavior has got to be stopped. It cannot continue to be allowed on our streets. Or colleagues, we're not going to have a city left because these people, they are truly terrorizing our streets and scaring people to death. There's one gentleman, I don't know if you can see him, if you could zoom in. Looks like he's holding a weapon in his hand.
So is that not a crime? Colleagues, if you'd like to be recognized, please raise your hand.
So another method that we're working on is we submitted a draft of a hope that we can pass an ordinance here locally that will allow us to put 10-day holds on these vehicles that we are apprehending. Instead of individuals, continuing this kind of behavior, we arrest them, they go get their vehicle the next day. We put together a draft, and I think Councilmember Washington was interested in helping to recommend that particular ordinance, and also Councilmember Spinoza has expressed interest too. But we think that type of action will be a huge deterrent by holding individuals' vehicles for at least 10 days. So we think that will be a helpful deterrent if we had ordinances that actually gave us a little bit more strength.
And I don't know where it stands at the state level, but this is where civil forfeiture would be very helpful, where we take them and they don't get them back, not 10 days, but they never get those cars back. We can sell them at auction or we can crush them, whatever. But this has got to stop.
Yeah, and we've spoken to Senator Brent Taylor about the seizure ordinance as well. We've been in communication with them. Not sure where that's going to be come July 1st, but we thought that here in the city we could at least start, even though seizure might be something difficult for us to do as an ordinance here. We felt like at least a 10-day hold. Most of these individuals are people who have jobs, who have nice cars, and holding their car is going to stop them from coming out doing this kind of activity, and then have progressively higher penalty on the second and third time. Hopefully would lead to some type of seizure.
Thank you. I had a question about, I'm sure there's intel that lets you know that these things are happening. I know a particular area in Fraser where it happens from the residents, it happens every weekend or every other weekend. How do you address those or prepare, or are you even dispatching or deploying manpower at these areas that that's common or that's going to happen or it happens often?
Absolutely. If we see chatter about some type of incident that's being planned, we ensure that we bring additional resources to that area. I believe it was the skating rink parking lot. Crystal Palace was a regular, and we started deploying resources and actually had our officers there before the incidents occurred so that they would just move on and go someplace else. Sometimes we get that information ahead of time. Sometimes they're just spontaneous and they just kind of show up and we respond to them, that way.
A lot of citizens call and they know of things like this. Is there like a hotline that citizens can call to report these types of things that they're hearing or know of or that's happening in their community? Is there a way that they can call and let you know anonymously or just?
Well, they can always call precinct numbers, but what we would need to do is probably put out,
that would be great if you could put that out.
This is a number that you can call to get an immediate response.
Absolutely.
Of course, 911, if they see something happening, we want them to call 911 at the time it's happening. But if they have information, then they can always call a precinct number and we can ensure that they receive that.
If we had a number, sometimes they don't know the precinct number and then they may not think it's a 911, but if there was a hotline specifically for this type of behavior that they could call, that would be great as well. We have in the queue, Cooper.
So, Councilwoman, they can call 545-2677, the non-emergency number.
Is that COPS, 545 COPS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we will alert our dispatchers to have that information put out immediately. To make the notifications. That way, that will be a straight shot. We'll elevate that priority in order so that we can respond to these when we start getting those calls.
And, have y'all thought about a commercial or something that says that we're not going to tolerate this, call this number if you know anything about this or involved or your car has been stolen, you saw it. So that's just a thought of mine. I'm going to go to the queue. We have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then Councilwoman Green, and Councilman Ford. I'm sorry, Councilman Warren was first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mine's pretty quick. It's got to do with, I know we can't be monitoring social media because of consent order. Can we ask the Tennessee Highway Patrol to monitor the social media for us and report to us? Or is that illegal too?
That is illegal too.
So what do we have to do to get this judge to like allow us to do appropriate policing? And do we need to take that back as a city saying, look what you're doing to us?
Yeah, so we do have some flexibility as it relates to social media. It's not that the police department cannot utilize social media at all. It has to be for investigative purposes such as this and not associated with First Amendment rights. So if it's something dealing with protests and things of that nature, of course, we can't monitor social media. But investigative reasons such as this, to curtail crime.
So we can monitor this. We can monitor people's First Amendment right to get together and do this type of event on a street.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Before we go to Councilwoman, the areas that are like downtown, the bridge, the airport, those key areas, is it not possible to just have people there on the weekend?
Well, it's always a resource issue, council member, mainly because of the fact that when we have those types of incidents, it does require us to send a number of officers to try to curtail for safety reasons, not just for the officers, but also for the public too. But what we're trying to do is be proactive and monitor some of those common locations that these incidents, this was the first set that this particular location, we've seen something like that occur.
But it's going to increase, and you look for places that's going to be the most disruptive. So those Tennessee Highway Patrol people that are coming, I was talking about maybe planting them. We've given 15 extra ones because we cannot have the airport and the bridge locked down with this kind of stuff. And, you know, it gets progressively more adventurous to them to find places like this that are going to create a dent. So that's just my suggestion. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chief, and the Police Department for doing all your hard work that you all are constantly and repeatedly doing. And sometimes we can't let the citizens in the community and this city knows what your right hand, let your left hand know, because you are dealing with very smart, technical youth and young adults that are very sharp. And they're on this term, I don't know if you all have heard, they're on this term called demon time. And so when they're on this term called demon time in the streets, when you're in the streets and you're with these, and you can go in the streets and you can hear them and they say, Auntie, we on demon time. Nothing can stop them because they're going to do whatever they need to do and be as disruptive and corruptive as they possibly can. Last year, I sat in this meeting, sitting in that chair, and you asked for an ordinance to inconvenience taking their cars, and we're back here again in 2024. Inconvenience and take their vehicles and make it impossible for them to do what they are doing. Get one, it'll send a message. But she's going to need our help to get this ordinance in place so we can let them know that the city of Memphis means business. She can't do it. The police department can't do it by themselves. The next 15 troopers that are coming in, put them in hot spots where you know things are happening at. You on the interstate, you're getting good citizens on the interstate like me that are probably people that are going to work and all that stuff. Put them in these hot spots where you know this stuff is happening.
Absolutely.
See, you can't think like a criminal unless you are a criminal, and you got to think like a criminal. Even though you're not, you got to think like a criminal because they're always 2 and 3 steps ahead of us. We're sitting back here, but until you get in the streets and understand what's going on in the streets, it's very easy for us to say this. Until you put boots on the ground and you get in there and you see what they're talking about and what they're doing. Secondly, where is Shelby County? We need the sheriff department to get involved. When you all can't make a scene or it's tight or you're doing something else, they need to be involved. I pay city and county taxes. I need to reap some benefits from the city and the county. It is all of our responsibility together to make this work together. We are short here, we're short there. But if we come together and make it work, we can do something about what's happening. The police department is not responsible just doing this by themselves. We have the county. How many, all of you all, y'all pay county tax? Okay, that's what I thought. We pay county taxes. So my suggestion, Chief, and I think his name is Anthony Buckner. Love him, sweet. Let's get a meeting. Let's see what we can do, because the weekend is coming up, and it's and let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do, because it's all our responsibility. And quit putting everything on one person's back, one entity back, and making everybody. We all are accountable. But when they on this demon time, it's no stopping them. But inconvenience them and make it hard. Thank you. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Councilwoman, okay, yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Green.
I just wanted to maybe clarify. I have maybe a question for Councilman Canale about exactly. I didn't get any complaints about this, so I'd like to kind of get an idea of exactly what happened here. And then for the chief, I'm not sure I heard the answers to his questions, which were, did y'all respond to this? If so, how many officers came and how many arrests were made? So can we start with like exactly what we're looking at in this picture, maybe?
So Councilwoman, this is where they've taken over the street. We've seen this before. This is a phenomenon that started during the COVID when businesses were shut down, people looking for outlets. This is a nationwide problem that we're seeing, that we're addressing. We did respond to this. I cannot give you statistics regarding arrest. I was not prepared for that today, whether we did. We had 2 instances of calls on this that night. As far as resources, we send who we have available at the time to respond. Oftentimes, we wind up allocating 10, 12, 15 cars, which leaves a precinct short, which means we have to pull from other areas. Creating a task force with the ability to aggressively go after this would be an answer, but we would need support from the city council for that. Councilwoman talked about inconveniencing. We've also heard about penalties. There has to be a penalty for this, and we do have state laws that we can utilize with help from the DA in order to make this less attractive for them.
Well, I think finding out exactly how many arrests did take place would be important, because to the DA's point earlier, punishment needs to be swift and certain to be able to curtail future crimes like this. And so until they see that people are actually getting arrested and taken down to 201, that their cars are being impounded, et cetera, it's not going to stop. And so if we are only able to send out a few resources, which I understand there was other operations going on at the same time, and I've certainly been out to the precincts in my district and seen the wide swath of coverage that just 2 officers have to cover. So I understand that point, but if we see something this severe and we don't react and we don't make arrest, then it will continue to happen. And so I'm curious to know how many people we were able to get to the scene and how many arrests we were made. Because again, I'm looking at, it looks like dozens and dozens of cars here. And if we only arrested one of them, well, I get it. They probably scatter, but we need to be at least arresting one person,
Absolutely, council member. And just to respond to that, it's always our goal, and we would love to arrest every last one of them. But we're also thinking in terms of a lot of these individuals have weapons, and a lot of them, and when they come, and so many of them, and what we're also thinking about is officer safety when they're sort of outnumbered, and public safety too. So it's not that the officer or the 2 don't want to engage or try to make the arrest. Sometimes it can be very dangerous for them by themselves. However, we did make numerous arrests for reckless driving and all kinds of other issues over the weekend, and I think that's where the pool was too on some of the resources. But we'll be continuing to work with the Tennessee Highway Patrol. They met with me last week. They are committed to take our state roads back, They have actually stated that they will take our state roads back, to include working our accidents on our state highways. That is definitely going to help the Memphis Police Department, not just with the speeding and all kinds of reckless driving. We'll continue to support that effort, but also on our bridge, which is not really our bridge. So we're getting a different level of commitment of how we handle some of these situations from the Tennessee Highway Patrol in the state.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. With that, Committee President, Councilman Ford, Councilman Spinoza, and then we'll have to wrap up. We are way behind for this committee. Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna be brief. State troopers, I want to commend them for being out there, okay? Because one thing about the state trooper, you see that right there? They see state trooper, they know they don't play. On the interstates, everything else. Police, and I really have to say, some of them not afraid of the police. Okay, they say, hey, nobody, but when you see a state trooper out there and they've been on the highway, oh, they gonna act right. Okay? Sheriff Department need to do their part. Okay, y'all get bummed, tell them, hey, put them on out there instead of them drinking coffee and sitting around doing much of nothing, okay? Yeah, this happens. Going back, if you got one of their cars, yeah, turn it into a police car, put some blue lights on it.
Absolutely.
Okay? It has happened, hey, that's in the past. You know, a friend of mine that really got killed at a football game. Gates, a while back. Rufus Gates. He was a classmate of mine. Very good guy. He drove one of the cars that they impounded with the blue lights. Okay, Mustang. So it can be done. And hey, man, that's quite a few cars. We won't have to buy none. We can just get theirs. Okay? So the presidents will let them, hey, go get theirs, okay? Yeah. And that's the only way you do it, because these young folks, they're going to do it over and over and over again. And a lot of times when they do it, and you know, they got police radios, okay? They know when something's happening over here, that's where the police are. I can do this over here. Case really was right there. It was something right at Elvis Presley and Range Road. Y'all had a situation over there. They went to Range and Mill Branch and did just that, because you all were already at this scene, so they kind of know. They listen and everything else. But like I said, we can just start taking those nice vehicles, putting blue lights in them. We do pretty good, I think, okay? So look at that. And then, like I said, with these state troopers, hey, and one thing we really liked them when they riding up Elvis Presley Boulevard, hopefully they can just say, hey, we can go down toward the airport at least, and things which would help. Thank you very much. That's all.
All right. Did you have a follow-up? Okay. Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Davis, good to see you. You mentioned earlier that you need help from the city council. And I don't ever try to speak on behalf of the whole body, but I will here. I think the expectation that you can, or what you can expect from us, is support to end this and for a presence to be there. And if you need our help, I mean, this is what we can, for lack of a better term, control from supporting you. So you've got to tell us what you need from us. If it's sheriff, but I think this whole body expects to see this end like yesterday. And we keep talking about it and talking about it. And we're not, we can control this. And the expectation is that this will be addressed. And we're here to support you. You mentioned the district attorney who's here. You know, that's not under our control. But tell us what you need and we'll do what we can to support you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
that support.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, colleagues. As we close out, did you have any last words?
Yeah, I know we're over time. Real quick, Chief, the latest bridge shut down. I know that MPD responded, THP responded, I'm sure. I don't know how far they made it across. If Arkansas responded on the other side. Were any arrests made in that situation?
There were no arrests made in that situation. However, our officers were able to document those individuals that we knew that were in violation of various state laws, especially as it relates to vehicles being on the bridge. There were a couple of vehicles, I think it was 3 vehicles that were actually on the bridge. We have them identified, and we have had conversations internally with the administration and also with the ADA in the DA's office about how do we move forward, even with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, to block the bridge and not allow people to go on the bridge in the first place. This was sort of a spontaneous, we have had numerous protests. This one ended up moving in a direction that this particular crowd typically doesn't, go towards the bridge at all. Normally that protest is normally from FedEx Forum, on the city streets, and this particular movement caught the department by surprise. We did call in Tennessee Highway Patrol. They responded. By the time they responded, we were able to disperse the crowd without having to engage the crowd. Keeping in mind situational awareness when you had that many people on a bridge, what we didn't want to have is physical confrontations on the top of the bridge. The objective moving forward really is, how do we stop people from going on the bridge in the first place? And will we be the ones to actually maneuver that, or will the Tennessee Highway Patrol be the ones that actually block the bridge and keep individuals from walking on our bridge? Not just that group, any group, because it's a dangerous scenario.
Yeah, so, I mean, not only is it against the law to do that, engage in that type of behavior, but I don't know how much y'all read about it, but there was a couple of instances. One gentleman was trying to get his wife here and had to turn around and go to Jonesboro, Arkansas in an emergency situation. A few people had to be airlifted. I think a trucker had a heart attack during that. So you're playing with people's lives. So this type of behavior, the bridge, all this, it's got to stop. And whatever resources, whatever that we need, and whether it's the state level or Shelby County, or when it comes to budget season, if you're talking about creating a new task force, whatever it takes, we're committed to doing it, because this lawlessness is taking over our city and it's running people out at an alarming rate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we all understand, I think we're all just as committed, and passionate about it and committed. So just let us know. All right, thank you. There's no further business for this committee. It is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you to DA
The February 20th meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Wright, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. All right. Item 1 is a presentation regarding the status of the Blight Task Force recommendations, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I am so excited to hear this update. We, as a body, passed the recommendations from the Blight Task Force, and here today, hopefully, we'll hear all of the wonderful things that have been done and those that we still have on the list to do. We put in some great work. It was a wonderful team of people that informed this recommendation. Those that are boots on the ground, per se, those, every level management, everybody got in on it, even residents, even citizens. And I think we came out with some great things, and I'm looking forward to hearing. And again, I really thank all of you that gave your time and has been continuing to work on this. So I appreciate that. And I think Chief had a lead in on this.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. As Councilwoman Logan mentioned, there was a lot of hard work that went into the planning and development. And so, just kind of frame the conversation. I'm really proud of our directors, and that's one of the things that the mayor wanted to do by installing this team is allow us to go to work. And so the directors Connect and Davis have gone to work with their staff and their teams, and they have implemented, so you will see action. This action goes to dealing with blight, but then most importantly, it does have an offset related to crime. And so again, that is something that is very intentional by these directors, but then most importantly by this administration. So with that said, I'm gonna turn it over to them to talk about what they've placed in action. And so again, this is action. This is not just talk. So we've heard you, and we're coming back with action.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Council. We do have a large number of people here who are part of the Blight Task Force. If they could stand up, please.
You read my mind. Yes. Absolutely.
So
There
yes,
are others.
we have a wonderful team, as Chief alluded to, including our council, in helping us to work on these really difficult challenges that we face. So I'm here with Director Davis. Yes, Mel, come on, please. And Melanie Neal, she's a neighborhood improvement administrator, senior administrator. Sorry. She is a neighborhood improvement senior administrator. So everything that has to do with code, she and I share the blame. Okay, that's what I look at this. No, I'm just having fun. She does a wonderful job. So yes, and all credit to her for some of the hard work that's gone into this as well. So, so first off, yeah, there were a lot of the great concepts that were that we came up with in our long discussions and going over what we could do to help us combat blight. And so one of these that we're going to talk about first is, how are we, putting out there both these websites and social media, other campaigns or other efforts to combat this issue, and which involves getting the public involved, because we can't do this without the public's help and support. And obviously, there are constituents. They're the ones who see this. They're the ones who get frustrated by this. So some of the action items that we've been able to come up with also involve, how we use that information. But I want to talk about a recent development that's very exciting, and that's discussions with Crime Stoppers. Previously, we went to Crime Stoppers and asked if they were interested in this subject, and they said no. But the recent leadership has said yes. So we are meeting with them. We're meeting with MPD and how we can utilize Crime Stoppers in reporting illegal dumping. the felony-based ones. You know, that's the state law and under the statute, under the third aggravated criminal littering, the third component of it, it is a felony. So they are interested in that. They understand how impactful this is, and that, like the chief alluded to, blight leads to crime. And this is a form of crime that does have its crossover. So we do feel strongly, and we're real anxious to see that this will proceed. And we have a concept and agreement in place. We've just got a few little things to work out. So we fully foresee you being able, the citizens, to call 528 cash and report illegal dumping, and be able to get reimbursed for something that leads to obviously a case that we can then prosecute. So really good work. So then we also had a few examples of where we have already been utilizing this information, not from the Crime Stoppers perspective, but you can see that we have 863 active environmental enforcement suspects. Those are people who have been caught, or we have information about illegal dumping. We have 172 cases in litigation, which means that we have a case that we feel we can take to prosecution. And then we have 32 cases resolved in November 2023 with some successful outcomes. So again, we have the 311. We have our own hotline, the 636 dump. Memphis City Beautiful has the 52 clean number, which obviously if you see somebody throwing litter out a window, you call that number and we send them a lovely letter saying, please don't litter. You know, it's wrong, it's against the law. So we get the tag, we can get in touch with MPD and send it to the record, the owner of record by the tag number. And then we also have the stormwater pollution line, which is the 636-721 number, and then obviously 545 COPS for the non-emergency line. That's where we get involved with seeing somebody actively involved in illegal dumping. The police would make the scene and help us right then and there. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Out of 863 cases, only 32.
Well, that was just in November.
Okay.
You can see that we have a lot of suspects. We have 172 in litigation. So we're, about 25% in actually moving them to litigation at this point. Obviously, there's more opportunity with getting, I think, example, rewarding people for calling us. Like, I'll talk about that in the next slide, where we show that a cash payment for reporting would help us. Because sometimes we don't know who the person is. And getting that information helps us get to the next phase. And I have Mr. Witter here if you guys want to ask him.
Councilwoman.
The 863 active environmental enforcement suspects, are those people actually in environmental? Have they been taken to court yet? Okay.
So we just have a file with some type of information that we want to utilize to part of the investigation. Well, it could be a vehicle, it could be a person, it could be any number of those things that we don't have everything we need to move it to litigation. So again, yes, Crime Stoppers. So the goal is we're looking to potentially donate $50,000 to them as a grant. And then from there, based on the calls, they would then recommendation of giving a $300 to $500 payout based on the successful tip. We have to maintain that information and tracking this disbursements reward, just like they do at 528 cash, as they normally do for MPD felonious violations. We are allocating, I should say $25,000 at the top, $25,000 to Memphis City Beautiful for new trash cans to be adopted. We have, Eldra, how many do we have out there right now? The 76 are there. We want to add more to these. And these are the nicer green cans. This includes installation. We mount them physically so they don't get carried away to a certain location to fix them. And then the agreement is we provide it. The community then takes care of it because they empty it, put it in their trash can, and gets disposed of properly. These are very valuable. The community actually likes these. We have a waiting list now, I think, right, of 12? Yes. I think it's 12. So this will get us more than enough of that and have extras for additional cans. So again, giving public options in the community for properly disposing of litter. The media campaign, we had this great concept of a convenience center that's been heavily utilized since the conception and the starting of the project. We have pushed out both promotionally in English and in Spanish, how to utilize the facility. And it's very, very popular. Director Davis at Ferris View, they have one that's open on Monday through Friday from 7 to 3, if I'm right. And then our convenience center right now is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Collin Jar, apologies, is open Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We are looking at opening it 7 days a week as part of our 25 budget. And then we also want to, as part of our FY25 budget, add another convenience center either in Whitehaven or Fraser. So we have a couple of properties, and we have one in Fraser that we're looking at.
Out again to all the council
Yes, ma'am.
in English and Spanish, so we can be sharing that at our community meetings.
Yes, ma'am. For example, your committee meeting, I handed them out, and I have them, and I'll make sure if anybody wants copies of our flyers to be dispersed, when they have any event and we're not there, let me know, and I can provide them to anybody who wants them. If your staff or yourself would like to have, I can order a box of them and distribute them, or we can order several boxes. They're really good.
Yes, we need those. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will do that. Oh, digital as well. Yes, ma'am. The biennial dumpster days. This is another initiative that we started a couple years ago, and as we know, providing bulk options for citizens. While we have the convenience centers are very value added. Going into each council district, we set up a dumpster days event, and Public Works and Solid Waste worked together. We used our contractor to provide the dumpsters. Public Works staffed it, and we just made it available to the public in a location where they could just come by and dispose of tires and bulk solid waste. We did that 7 times. We did 8 last year. We plan to do at least 1. We're hoping to do 2 this year in each council district. So we want to partner with each and every one of you in each council district and say, where do you want to do this? We'll host one. We do ask that is try to avoid private property for the liability reasons. We did use the Southland Mall in the past because it was very advantageous and they were agreeable. So that's something that's flexible. Like Hickory Hill Mall, we've considered using Hickory Hill Mall at a point as well. But libraries, somewhat challenging. But there are numbers of locations in the city where the city owns the land, and we could potentially use a site like that as well to host an event. But if we could, like a church, or if there's a way to work out with the church, we can make that happen. We just got to understand the traffic and managing the dumpsters on the property. Since sometimes when they're really busy, they have to haul a dumpster away and bring in other dumpsters. So it's all about coordination. Community court, we did work with environmental court to establish community courts. We can have up to 6. We have 3 currently that we help with the courts established. So you see at the Crosstown, Hickory Hill, and Fraser. What this means is Judge Dandridge's court with one of his administrative judges who works for him. I think it's John Cameron. Typically hosts these. At the locations, we show up and support the whole court process by facilitating the event and by managing and helping set up. So these are the only other option for standard environmental court. So this is a good use of these locations and allows the community to come and participate as much as they wish to. These are the cases that code enforcement has cited the court. The court can host these hearings in the community court settings, so the referee will show up. He'll hear them just like he would in environmental court. The limitation is we don't do structural cases typically; those are more complex. It's usually the simpler cases like parking on the grass, a junkyard, mostly some simpler exterior type violations.
Councilwoman Logan has a comment.
Pardon me. Community court on Old Allen, is it the Old Allen precinct is closed? Is it still there?
Yeah, we're still using the facility there, if I remember right. Yeah, I think we have an agreement to use. Yeah, the city owns the facility, so we can still use the facility. But I know it's about convenience and having a location that's approximately in an area.
I just wanted to make sure that was correct because I was told it was at the new precinct. It was at the town center precinct.
They may have moved it. I mean, you have to update that. It's maybe possible. We'll find out. But they have one in Fraser, Hickory, and Crosstown. We did have one in Whitehaven, but there was an issue with the location going into rehab. So once that location is out of rehab, we can move it back and have the other one. We're trying to. We need to work and review the other two locations.
1 second, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just quickly explain how community court works? Can the referee end the item then and there? How many cases go to community court? Can we fix the back end funnel with environmental court through community court? How do we explain this to constituents, how community court is helping environmental cases?
So obviously there's a lot of cases. We have like 1,400 cases that have been referred to environmental court. They can take out the ones that are, again, somewhat not as arduous in terms of enforcement from the court's perspective. And so like high grass, parking on the grass, junky yards, those common types of violations can be heard in the community court. It is actually a referee from the environmental court who hears those cases.
Is there something that shows what can be heard in community court and what can't be heard? And then who makes that determination, Judge Dandridge or your office?
It's a combination. It's the non-structural type violations that are most commonly in the court setting, at the community court setting. So those are we have a bracket of those, and the most common ones are the three that I mentioned. There could be RVs, parking. There's several other types that are exterior, non-structural violations. So those are the ones that the court can decide and will make notice that we plan to host a community court at this location, and they will do it geographically based on where the violation has occurred.
So it's not like an everyday office. It's like a event by event basis.
Yes, they're not every day. It's periodic. I'm trying to remember how many they host. I think it's monthly, if I recall. They do a monthly, is that correct? Monthly, they host these community courts, and they'll hear maybe 75, I want to say 60, 75 cases. Trying to get resolution there versus having somebody come down to 201 Poplar.
In your opinion, does it offer a dent in the numbers that Judge Dandridge sees, or is it helpful, or is it not?
I think it is helpful. It is give more capacity to the workload of referrals that when we cite to court. I don't know that the outcome right now, but I can potentially send that information. We can see how much the deposition. Unless Melanie, would you like to comment on that?
I was just going to add that these are the cases that should be easily resolved. These are the cases that we don't necessarily have to send to 201 because everybody knows there's a bottleneck. There's a backlog with cases that are sitting in 201 court. So these cases that are cited to community courts are parking on the grass, those easier exterior violations that should be able to be resolved fairly quickly. That's the goal that the officers are aiming towards.
And the one positive is, as you can imagine, if we can't get it resolved through community court, there's already a file from the referee. So when it goes to full environmental court, there's already been work done, and the owners had a chance to communicate with the court in that setting, and obviously that record will come along showing that. So it's not the first time it would appear in environmental court in the sense that the court itself is aware of what's happened. And their steps to bring the property in compliance have not been successful.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
I was going to say, from my experience dealing with them, they do meet once a month at that location. It is for those cases, and they can resolve it right there. If there's some extenuating circumstances that they can't do it, which is few and far between, it will move on. But they have an assistant DA that's assigned to that area, and they pretty much can just move things on through. And it's a very good opportunity and then the community members don't have to go all the way downtown. They can go right there in the neighborhood to this court. Senior members or whoever, has to go to court, and they may have to go more than once, but this is very convenient and they get a lot done. You don't have to wait.
And we do have those numbers, so we can give you all the numbers on what actually has gone to community court, each community court, as well as what is in 201. So we do track that weekly, so we can send you that information.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
First of all, I want to thank Director Connect and his team, and thank you for honoring my request to bring your team here so we can get a better insight on what's really happening behind the scene in the back door. Thank you for the tour of the Coca-Cola and all the informative information that was presented, talking to each supervisor, understanding and how you all are navigating and how you really are working, trying to get this under control. Thank you, Joy, for escorting me to E-Court. I actually got a chance to sit in there all day with Joy, half of the day, to actually see how Judge Dandridge and how this court is operated. I think we need a new court. We need one more court, and I think that needs to go through the state or the county. I think that happens. Terry Green, Councilwoman Green, county. And we need a new court. We need one more E-Court to get this processing and to move the needle a little bit faster and to be more proactive than reactive. It was over 70 plus cases, and it was very kind of disturbing to me how we put our code enforcement workers in danger. Repeatedly going to doing the same thing. What came to mind when I was sitting there and saddened me the most was I thought about Mr. Mickey that came to me, Mr. Mickey did, and the tragic that happened to him just doing his job. When I saw all those code enforcements and that young lady and those men, they're actually really out there, really trying to do the work with the Blight and the code enforcement and the very leniency that E-Court has, which was very disturbing to me. And so that's why I asked Director Connect to let this young lady, and there's a gentleman in the back, I went and met him, and the work that he does is phenomenal, but they need the city's help to advance this and to get it where it needs to be. It's our responsibility to make sure that they have the tools and the equipment to do what they need to do. So I wanted to commend you and thank you. Thank you for the hard work that you are doing. And I'm going to echo what Councilman Spamosa said to Chief Davis earlier. Whatever we can do to help push the needle and move this forward. If possible, we could do more community. I think that I know I just heard Councilwoman Logan say once a month, and how exciting and how productive it was. Let's look at maybe trying to pilot it and see if we can do it twice a month and see how we can move that a little bit forward. I know it's non-instructional, but I think that would help us as a city and to really speak volumes to the city of Memphis that we are really looking into this and really working hard. Thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you, Councilwoman, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move it along?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'll try to get quickly over to these last few ones, and then I'll let Director Davis have his. So we are doing a new strategy, these concentrated code enforcement sweeps. We've started that just, a matter of fact, this week, where we're utilizing a combination of information, working within MPD's priority areas as well. So this concentrated effort is going to help us. We're going to focus on residential, commercial, all types of property violations. And again, there's multiple agencies involved, and our goal to being just to sweep an area and hit it very intensively. We're still working on the prioritization of legal time from the DA's office. We've talked to DA Mulroy about this. And then, let's see, anti-litter. Anti-litter, we are spending a lot of resources. I handed out to you an example from Clean Memphis, where we're an education curriculum. Where we've added all the books. We buy the books, we bring them to the school, and they are provided as free. And they're just a wonderful education tool. I don't think we have time now, but again, Ms. Boscarino's here, and this is part of their initiative in partnership with us. if they want to look at it, I mean, we can, but I know we're tight on time, so I don't know if we're going to integrate that or come back later to go over to something else.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Let's see. Again, facts from Memphis City Beautiful. This is, you should have received a copy of this. A lot of great statistics where we're tracking what Memphis City Beautiful does and its community-based engagement. We're definitely trying to continue to grow that and expand. A lot of great projects involved under City Beautiful's purview. We did add the 311, did you know, to the messaging. When you call 311 and you put you on hold, you can hear all this information that's related to Blight. And then we did do the transition to oh, this is not solid waste, I'm sorry.
Has there been some improvements with 311?
And can you define improvements?
Response time, completion of implementation.
I would have Ms. Malone come down here and speak to that. They have transitioned to a new 311 system that they have been using now for about a month. And it's, the same system we use in managing the complaints. So we're hopeful that's going to make significant improvements. But in terms of the response time, we track that. OPM tracks that. I don't know, Chief Adam, do you have anything to add?
So with respect to 311, 311 actually reports separately to the executive division. And so with regard to their response time and the resolution, it has improved. They do have a new system. The system is calibrated with a lot of our front end or front facing divisions. So like Public Works, Solid Waste, in that nature. So what happens is the call is received. Then, of course, once the call is received, it's received internally. Then it's dispatched automatically, electronically to the division for the division to address. Then once the division addresses that, they close it out and it's received on the back end to the 311 call taker. And so we have seen an improvement. Can we improve even more? Yes. But again, a lot of that is just going through actually working through the bugs as far as the technology. One of the things that I like for director to kind of talk about is what constitutes a sweep, because that to me is the most important thing. And that's one of the things I know that the mayor wanted to really highlight with respect to what's a code sweep and what other agencies are involved in what we actually do and what we're doing this week.
All right, tell us about that.
So, yeah, one of the ideas that we've talked about and we've started is sweeping an area from a code perspective, but not just code alone. So we're partnering with, it's this one here. So we're talking about a group of agencies, the city agencies, solid waste, and in Public Works you have street maintenance. So we're going to do potholes. We're going to sweep the street. We're going to clear up if there's a median or right of way. And in a code going in, you're looking all the residential, commercial properties that we have active files on that are either not in compliance or haven't had a chance to follow up. Once again, hitting those, looking to identify any opportunities where there might be other issues that we haven't had a chance to look at yet. So we're trying to intensively put all of our resources, not all of them, but a grouping of all of our resources together in this one effort. So it's not just code, it's solid waste, it's streets. There's a combination of those things. And then a public service corps also helping us with what they are doing. So a concentrated effort to try to really make an improvement in these areas on an individual basis. And the goal being going through and doing this in each police precinct. So we're going to hit each police precinct with this intense effort every week, and then kind of measure our performance and see how we do, and then and recycle that and see how this can be done on a certain basis based on our resources. But we're going to really push hard on this for the foreseeable few months at least the next month or two and measure our performance and kind of respond back.
Amen. Councilwoman Logan? And so you're saying that we're going to see two of those, you're going to start that in the next month or two and do it for 2 months, and you're going to go in each police precinct for the next 2 months?
No, ma'am. What we're doing is we're starting this week.
Okay.
And we are targeting the police precinct. So when you look at the city's map, you know, you start looking at, again, and we always correlate blight with crime. And so the non-public safety, you know, not that any of us are devoid of our responsibility as being public servants and helping public safety, but the non-public safety divisions have come up with a plan in which they are going to they're going to intensively look and address those different items per precinct. And so we're going to do that to the extent we measure and understand how to develop a program around it so that it is a sustained program that all forces are put together. So again, you got solid waste, you got public works, and within public works, you have code, you have your street sweeping team, you have your pothole repairs, and then of course you got the public service corps, and then of course for those city-owned properties where someone decided to dump, you do have your general services crew that picks up at city-owned properties as well. So collectively, we combine resources, and that's how we're going to hit it to the extent that we continue to move around. What we also do is we encourage our citizens to help us as well. But we want to roll this out and kind of tell you all this today because, again, it starts this week.
And so, colleagues, that's one good thing about having task force. A lot of people say you're just talking and meeting just to be meeting, but there was a lot that came out of this. You all used to do this, and it was called 25 Square. And so, in looking back, when we were in the during the blight, that came up because you know. You can call out one and you say, well, how come they couldn't tell the next crew and why you got to call this crew and keep going out? And so it came out that there used to be a concept of 25 Square where everybody just perched down on one area, all of the agencies, and did everything that needed to happen and moved to the next area. And so I'm glad to see that it's coming to fruition and that there's buy-in from administration because it seems like it was very successful and it makes sense. It just makes sense. So I'm looking forward to seeing the numbers and the data, and hopefully we can move this way moving forward and keep getting our city clean. Everybody working together and utilizing all the funds collectively. So thank you for that.
All right. Director Davis.
Okay. On the solid waste side, some of the recommendations were transitioning to a tiered-based fee. Of course, we've had ongoing discussion about the solid waste fee. One of the things that we do have in the existing ordinance is a leased cart program where you can lease an additional cart for $10 extra a month. This is encouraged, especially for those families that generate a excessive amount of garbage overflow, so that you have less blowing litter around your neighborhood. Eliminate routed bulk waste collection was also another recommendation. This is a little bit longer term strategy. Requires a lot of public communication, behavior change, things like that. What the task force brought up was a 4 to 6 times per year limited bulk waste collection model. Again, we're not there today, but we are right now. We are developing a strategy to, in conjunction with the fee increase or the fee discussion, to look at our service delivery model, what's needed, and how we can better perform behavior change, but also look at waste reduction strategies, increase recycling to better perform the function that we have with bulk waste. We also have a strike team that has been working since the beginning of this month. This is a pilot program that we hope to grow. targeting those immediate actions, things that need immediate action in our community related to solid waste. We're gathering a lot of data on this, locations, tonnages, photos, so that we can use this information to better strategically place future convenience centers, future dumpster days, but also where the resources are needed as we, again, look at how we provide services and where we need to target additional equipment and resources to better care for our customers.
Contemplating limiting the bulk waste to 4 to 6 times?
Yes, ma'am. That's something that was contemplated in the Blight task force. Again, it's in concept stage. We're not there today, but just as an industry, looking at waste generation, we need to look at the volume of waste that's generated, what's allowable to be placed at the curb, and how we would go about providing that service. We can't just eliminate a service without providing an option and communication to our customers, whether that be through convenience centers or some other collection strategy.
Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I just heard you talk about a strike team.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that caught my attention, and that the strike team now is in motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
That is.
How long have they been in motion?
Since the first week of February.
All right. And could you tell me the responsibility, the roles, and the duties, and what are your accomplishments and goals that you're looking out of this strike team to move further? Because my understanding that I heard a pilot, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're collecting numbers and data, am
Yes,
I correct?
ma'am. Yes,
so
ma'am.
can you kind of give us a full detail what this strike team does and what is it about and how effective it's going to be?
Yes, ma'am. So what we have right now is we have a crew dedicated for complaints that come in, hot calls, if you will, that come in either through council office, the mayor's office, that are basically demands for immediate action. Something that's been festering in the community. So these calls come into a centralized location. We've worked with our IT group to create a strike team service request type. The service request type is entered. The strike team is designed to react within 24 hours to these concerns as they come in. We do understand sometimes there might be a need to deploy same day, but for efficiency's sake, what we try to do is the service requests come into a centralized 311 is assisting us with that. Service request created, and then we create basically a dispatch list for the following day. So that's within 24 hours, so that they can be more efficiently routed. What we're doing with this, we're reacting, cleaning up what needs to be, picking up what needs to be picked up. We're collecting photos, we're collecting tonnage, we're collecting locations, and this information is being collected with the hopes to be utilized to better identify, say, the location where convenience centers are needed. If we're illegal dumping or something is happening in the community, if we can collect zip code data or precinct data, what have you, and that helps us better choose where services need to be provided, what communities are distressed and need that extra help.
What does your manpower looks like?
Right now, it's only a staff of 4. Again, this is a pilot project. When we pull resources to do this, we're pulling them out of collections, and so that drawing additional resources out of regular collections does put stress on regular collections. So again, this is a pilot project where we can collect the data, be able to present this body information when we come to budget, so that we can grow this. We do have a 4-year plan where we can see this program growing to the 45, 50 employee with equipment to support it.
And what is the end date for this pilot? When we would be able to see the data and all the good stuff that you're collecting and how effective this is?
Yes, ma'am. I hope to have you preliminary data, especially with budget coming up. I hope to have preliminary data to present some initial findings and proposals in the May timeframe. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have Chief Adams to respond, and then we're going to hear from Councilwoman Walker.
So, thank you, council members, but to kind of contextualize this, one of the things that we realize, and you've heard Director Davis say over and over and over again with regard to bulk waste, it is a large proposition just to pick up. And I think you all have realized, and I've talked to you individually and collectively, where you say, look, there are some communities that are completely underserved. And then you have some that have said they get out there, they cover, but then as soon as they cover, the citizens throw it back out, okay? So what we have to do is, one, we have to develop a program. And so along with solid waste, we talked about developing a program, one that works. Because this call and respond is too ineffective. It's inefficient. To Director Davis's point, to create this, you take out of your standard route collection. But we've been willing to do so to understand what it's going to look like, such that we can develop locations for containers. But you cannot containerize your entire city, so that you will have to have dumpster days as well to kind of help, so that you have one stationary, then mobile opportunities for citizens to change behavior, contribute to actually cleaning up the city along with us. But at the same time, we go from, and I'm gonna take his phrase, you go from blight remediation to blight management. But it becomes a program. But in order to do that, we're in the test phase. So he's taken 4 plus equipment. They do call and respond, and they're getting the data so they understand where the locations need to be strategically placed, where we know it's always going to happen. But then next, we can identify with dumpster days. Director Connect mentioned that we're looking forward to this in FY25, which is true. And you just heard Director Davis as well. So it's going to take equipment, additional manpower, but then we got to buy the containers. But then also, you all, once we bring the data back to you, you got to sell it in your neighborhoods, because everybody wants it cleaned up until it comes to my neighborhood. And so that's the reality of this. So we need your help with that once we bring it back.
Councilwoman Walker, and then we need to move on. We're real behind.
Thank you. I'll be quick. So I found out about the strike team at the last Whitehaven PJA meeting, and I'm excited about it. Great job. And I hope that at some point it won't be a pilot program, and you said May, so I'm looking forward to hearing that update so we can move forward with that, because I think it's a great initiative, and thank you so much. You mentioned the lease cart process. I know you can go online and get an application, and it says print it off and mail it in. Is there another option where you can just apply for it online, or call and order, instead of?
We do need a signature, Councilwoman. We do need a signature for this, but let me look into, because there should be an email option for that as well. So let me make sure that the website is up to date for that.
Okay, and also, since I already have the floor, Director Connect, thank you for all of your green initiatives. And additionally, there was a reference a little earlier about an electronic flyer. So do you have that in paper as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the mayor's having a town hall meeting next Tuesday at Whitehaven High. Will you be present?
I can, ma'am.
Okay, well, I don't know if you got the invite. I don't want to overstep any boundaries here. But anyway, I say all that to say, if you're not going to be there, I'll be glad to receive some paper copies of that flyer and have it at the town hall next week.
Yes, ma'am. I haven't looked at I just off the top of my head about my calendar, but
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. All right, there's no need to vote since this was a presentation. We appreciate it. And if you'll send an electronic copy of that as well, thank you so much. All right. Item 2 is a resolution requesting the city of Memphis accept $1,000 and transfer its ownership rights and interest to a parcel located at 32 West Devant Street, parcel number 050037. 00016 to the Blight Authority, Memphis, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Seconded by Canale. Was moved by Ford. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Sharon Thomas. I'm a senior right-of-way agent in the real estate department. Today, I have Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority. They want to purchase 32 West Devant. The comps were done in the area, and the asking price is $1,000. The property is zoned for residential single-family homes. Real estate is requesting council to approve this sale.
Okay. Would any council members like to be recognized on this item for discussion?
Yes.
All right.
This question is, what would be used for?
Great question. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mike Harris, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, 170 North Main. Councilwoman, this property would be used for affordable housing. What's unique about this property is that it sits in between two other vacant lots. One lot to the left, we're currently under contract to acquire that lot. We're purchasing it on MLS, and the parcel to the right is actually in the Shelby County Land Bank, and we intend to request nominal conveyance so that we could build 3 new affordable homes.
Wonderful. I yield the floor, Council Chairman.
Any more discussion on this item? If not, we'll go to a vote. Okay, go.
Thanks, Chair. That sounds like a great idea, Mr. Harris. Will you be trying to do this in other districts as well?
So at this time, our focus area is South Memphis, and it's based off of capacity because we're a small team and very limited budget capacity as well. Once we can pilot in South Memphis, we do intend to take what we have learned in South Memphis and replicate that across the city.
Good to hear.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Harris, before you leave, we need to talk. I need to set up a meeting to talk with you so we can see how the city can help expand. If you're doing that good and that is your intentions and that's what you're trying to do, we would love to see what we can do further.
Absolutely, I'd love to talk.
Thank you.
All right.
I yield the floor.
Thank you. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item 3 is a resolution requesting the city of Memphis transfer 2 parcels, parcel number 05908800047 and parcel number 05908800048 to Memphis Shelby County Board of Education in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee. District 4. Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Canale, second by Ford. All right, who of the administration is ready to speak on this item?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Willie Alexander, senior right-of-way agent with the city of Memphis, 125 North Main.
Thank you. Would you please share information about this?
Yes, ma'am. This is a resolution requesting council to approve us to transfer 2 more properties. This is at Sherwood Middle School. That's part of the court order, and that's about it.
Okay.
This is 2 parcels for Chip. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any discussion? Oh. Councilwoman
You're going,
Cooper
yes,
Sutton?
thank you. I'm just not clear on this point of information. I'm not clear what this is clearly about. Could you just kind of give me a little bit more? Because I don't want to vote on something that, and I don't understand. I need a little bit more
Sure.
clarity.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. There was a separation of Memphis City Schools and the city of Memphis. One of the things we were required to do from a court order was where the schools are sitting on that property and where the parks are, we separated the schools from the parks. So what we do is transfer after title work and surveys. We make sure where the schools are sitting, we transfer those over to the Board of Education, Memphis City Board of Education.
Dr. Warren?
I was on the school board when this happened, and part of the problem is that when we built the schools in the parks, we often would put the school on parkland, and it would vice versa. So the deeds were horrible, and it took a long time to get that corrected, and that's what you're still bringing us, these corrections.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. All right, so let's move to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item 4. Item 4 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $800,000 from the FY24 Bridge Repair Cover Line Project, number PW 24400, to project the FY24 bridge repairs. This is at Walnut Grove, Rains Road, Getwell, and South Parkway. Districts 2, 3, 4, and 6, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? And second. Thank you, Canale and Ford. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state
Robert
your
Connect,
name.
Public Works Director. I'm here with Director Blinn as well. Every CIP cycle, we allocate funding to the cities. We have 399, if I recall, 398 bridges that we're responsible for in the city limits. Every 2 years, the state inspects them on give them a review, a score, and so we are constantly having to invest money back into our infrastructure. Bridges also being critical, so that's part of this funding cycle is to allocate the $800,000 to the projects that we have. We don't have a project number yet, but to those bridges that we've identified here in those council districts. So if there's more specific questions about the scoring mechanism, the tools, we're glad to answer that. But this is an annual thing that we have to do to ensure that our bridges and our infrastructure are adequately maintained and properly in service.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
What does the scores look like?
It's remind me, it's poor. It's like it's 3 scores: excellent, poor, fair, excellent.
That's right. It's a state-driven guidelines in terms of how they score.
Mhm.
They go through multiple iteration of review for the bridges. As Director Connect mentioned, it's a 2-year cycle. Overall, the bridges here, at least under the American Society of Civil Engineers guidelines for bridges, we're in about a C in terms of the total number of bridges that we have here.
Would you state your name and address for the record?
I'm sorry, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I wanted to know. What grade level are we? And we're in a C? Well, how do we get to an A?
Yeah, it's a very cost-driven initiative. 399 bridges. So we are only funding the ones that are poor. So that's what we're focusing.
That's what I wanted to know.
resources.
So only the ones that are poor,
Yes.
that's the ones we're only funding right now.
Yes, ma'am. Because the ones that are in fair and excellent, they're not in need of the funding.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Yes, are these the items that are on consent agenda tonight for the same night minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And can you comment on why we need same night minutes on these tonight, so we know why we're doing it?
Yes, sir. So obviously from a
It's not same night minutes.
So this particular item is not on the same night
It's not.
agenda.
We have a number that we're getting to that will be, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, when we get to those, just let you know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. We're on the subject of bridges. This is a bridge, the McLean going from Chelsea to James. I haven't seen any repairs that's needed, but there is a large, massive sinkhole at the beginning of the bridge. I almost towed my car up twice. Thought about submitting it, then I figured it'd come back to us anyway. So that's not a bridge thing, but that does need to be fixed. It had a cone, then the cone went away, but it's across the entire front of the bridge coming from Chelsea.
Yes, ma'am. We'll look into that. That's the bridge approach, and bridge approaches are a little bit unique, but that's something we need to address. Yes, immediately.
Okay. Councilman Ford Canale? All right, any other discussion? All right, so all those in favor, let's take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item 5 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $500,000 from Sidewalks Cover Line, project number PW 24200 to FY24 City-Owned Sidewalk Project PW-TBD for sidewalk repairs in various locations. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion? I heard him. And second, Councilman Ford, thank you. All right, who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
So Robert Connect, Public Works Director. This is another annual CIP allocation. Now, this funding, as you recall, all sidewalks are private property under the ordinance. But the city also has, as you can imagine, a lot of property and sidewalks that we have to maintain. So this funding would go towards those city-owned properties where the sidewalks have been deemed needing repair. So this is not to be confused with our sidewalk assistance program. So this is just funding that allocated for the city to use in replacing sidewalks that do not meet our standards.
All right, is there any discussion on this item?
When you get these done, can I have a list of the sidewalks that you do when you finish with them, please?
Yes,
we would like to see that. I don't know if there's ever been a recommendation of an ask for that, but when you say various, I would really like to know those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And it's meant to be flexible. As you can imagine, and I'll let Director Blinn speak a little bit more, but too, because they manage the sidewalk program. But yeah, we want to be able to not have a sidewalk in poor condition, and we're liable.
That
the
is
city's
correct.
liable especially from an ADA standpoint. So we try to always be very responsive to this issue.
Well, I'm just curious where we are responsible, where our sidewalks are. And so I would like to know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan? Okay. All right, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. May I have a motion also to accept this for same night minutes? Okay, it has been moved and seconded for same night minutes. Thank you. Item 6 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $500,000 from ST Bridge Repair, project number PW ST03216 to FY24 Bridge Repairs, project number STTBD for construction funds to repair bridges at various locations within the city. All council districts sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? It has been properly moved and second. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
So I'm going to speak a little bit because this is going to be confusing to the other item that we spoke to, so I'm going to give it a little extra time. And there's an error. It should be project number ST03216, not PWST0316. We don't use those kind of designations. So if you think of a bridge.
May I have your name?
Oh, sure. Yes, ma'am. Have it. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. Thank you.
And your
Chair.
address?
125 North Main.
Thank you.
Room 608. Bridges have different purposes. Most of them typically, though, cross over streams and other water bodies. So the upper section of the deck is, we just talked about the $800,000 would be to fund the deck part of it and what's necessary for the roadway aspect of it. The stormwater aspect of it is the amount of the conveyance, we call that in the engineering term, how much flow can be allowed underneath the bridge itself. And because that can be a constraint or a hindrance, we do allocate funding from a stormwater perspective to increase the capacity under that bridge, either through a design or some other modification. So we can use stormwater funds strictly for that application, not to make the deck or change anything like that, but just to make modifications that would allow more stormwater flow to reduce flooding. So this is just for a flooding mitigation funding effort, because we have some bridges that are issues. When they were designed, they just didn't allow enough flow underneath them or through them, so we can justify this expenditure type. So just to be clear how stormwater funds are used for this kind of purpose. And then these bridges would be done through a hydraulic analysis, and their modifications would be to ensure that we make the investment so that we have mitigated the flooding concern.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, we will go to the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item 7 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $1 million from Curb Gutter Miscellaneous LLC Cover Line, project number ST03211 to FY24 Curb and Gutter, project number ST-TBD for curb and gutter replacements in various locations in the city. All council districts sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move with same night minutes.
Oh, thank you, Canale and Warren. All right, who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main, room 608. This, again, is another annual CIP allocation. If you're familiar with how our city streets appear, you have ones that have curbs and gutters, so which generally means you have a sidewalk, and then you have a curb and gutter system, and then you have the actual street, and then you have another curb and gutter, and so it's designed that way. The curb and gutter, which is a concrete system along the edge of the street, serves a stormwater function. It conveys stormwater down the street to a catch basin, a storm drain inlet. And because it is actually designed to hold so much, it's actually designed to hold water too when certain flooding conditions happen, so that it doesn't get on the property. There's a reason that those curbs are that height. But anyway, those systems are the city's responsibility to maintain. And because that curb and gutter is strictly a stormwater function, we use stormwater funds to rehab the 1,600, I think we have about 1,600 miles, if I recall, of curb and gutter systems in our city. That's based on the number of miles of streets that have full street improvements, not the rural road sections, which means there's no curb and gutter, just asphalt pavement. So we can utilize stormwater funds. We have been doing that for a number of years. This is an annual allocation. So what happens? We get a complaint, or staff are out there inspecting, see a damaged curb. We use a contractor come in, and they just remove that damaged curb section and put a new concrete curb section in. And so we have more than enough going around. We have invested heavily in this because we were allocating $2.5 million a year. We really got caught up on our backlog, and so now we're just able to keep ourselves in a good position now, year over year. So that's a credit to Public Works and Engineering, who really made a concentrated effort to improve the quality of our infrastructure.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? If not, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, and it will be same night minutes. Item 8 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $1 million from ADA Curb Ramp Cover Line, project number PW24300 to FY24 ADA Ramp Bid, Group 68, project number PW-TBD for ADA curb ramp improvements in various locations. All council district sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Thank you, Canale and Warren. All right. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main, room 608.
Okay.
Again, we're really utilizing the funds that were allocated from our fiscal year CIP budget for ADA curb ramp replacement. The city at one time was under federal consent decree because the curb ramps, which are generally at each intersection roadway, you'll see a ramp that kind of tapers down to where the asphalt is and then crosses the street. They have to be designed to meet the guidelines of ADA. So historically, the city was behind. There was a federal consent decree. We are no longer under that, but we still have to move forward with all the modifications of these ADA curb ramps throughout the city. And Director Ben, he probably has all the numbers. But we do so many. I forget. We have 800 or so, 900 of ADA curb ramps. Is that right?
May I be recognized, Chairman?
Yes, yes.
Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So currently, there's a total roughly about 29,000 curb ramps within the city limits, of which we're approximately 70% of those are currently in compliance. So we're still not in compliance, approximately 30% of that. With this allocation, we typically hit somewhere around 500 locations. And again, as the director mentioned, the intent there is to replace all deficient ADA ramps with the current standards that are approved.
Okay. And I think we're estimated at 8 to 10 years out to complete all of that with this funding. So it is a moving process to get it fully done within the next 8 to 10 years.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. It has been approved with same night minutes. Item 9 is a resolution amending the FY24 CIP budget by accepting Safe Streets and Roads for All, SS4A funding from the U.S. Department of Transportation, USDOT, and appropriating $640,000 to establish funding for the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, EN 90033, all council districts, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
All right, it's been moved by Canali. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Yes, ma'am. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what's in front of you is we submitted for a grant application through the SS4A program, the Safe Streets for All program. And we were awarded with $640,000. There is a match requirement for this grant. However, we did solicit and got confirmation from the Kresge Foundation to match the 20% requirement for this. So the purpose of the funds is to develop an action plan significantly to eliminate the roadway fatalities and serious injuries by 2050. So it's a planning dollars. We did do back in 2015 a pedestrian action plan. So as you can see, that's roughly about 10 years old. So what we're intending to do is basically improve on that and reevaluate that. So that's what the dollars being used for, is for an action plan.
That would be a plan to address our
pedestrian safety.
Areas that we've had a lot of accidents with pedestrians?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? If not, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Does any other member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed before this committee? If not, we will stand adjourned.
Good morning. No, it's not okay. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee at 11:32 a.m. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Smiley, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Connally, excuse me, Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda. Item number one, Memphis Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board, reappointments of Daniel Reed and Buckner Welford.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Warren, second by Connally. Are Mr. Reed and Welford here? Okay. If you all could come here, give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share.
My name is Buckner Welford. Oh, sorry,
I should have figured that out.
It is. It's on the green. I'm Buckner Welford, address 192 St. Albans Fairway, Memphis. And I was appointed, I'm an attorney at Baker Donaldson, Bierman Caldwell, and Berkowitz, and was appointed to the board in 2018. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to serve another 6 years. I found this to be a working board, and the meetings last a long time when they occur. The board's very collegial, due in large part to Mr. Reed being the chairman and running a tight ship, and also Charles Carpenter, whose institutional knowledge is incredible as board counsel, digs into the weeds and a very important topic about affordable housing in Memphis. Honestly, my perception on that had changed a little bit after I was first appointed to the board. I actually, when I was first appointed, thought that, I need to watch out and make sure we're not awarding pilots where maybe where they're not needed or where the developers don't have good plans or whatever. I quickly came to realize that the pilot program is underutilized. It's a fundamental problem and an issue. Last city council extended the length of the pilots from permissibly up to 25 years, and we've been wrestling with that, trying to make sure we have good compliance programs in place as a board since we did that. I'm eager to serve another term if the council's willing to do that, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Reed. I've been serving on the board since 2002, originally appointed by Mayor Harrington. I will take just a couple of minutes to go over with you a little bit about the board. Buck's done a really good job of giving some framework here. Currently, we have about 119 active pilots. Our top developers are Alco Management, Mid-South Management Services, Elmington Capital, and Evolve. Top projects right now we've got are South City, which has a total development cost of about $153 million. MH Strategy projects, and these are words that y'all know all about these folks. That's about $153 million. Winchester Grove's about $14 million. Greenbrier Apartments about $29 million. And then the project that Rashawn Austin with the Works and Comcap partners with Archie Willis is about $11 million, and that's 42 affordable housing units. We're primarily focused with things that go on outside of the building, security and tenant benefits. And we monitor tenant benefits, whether it's walking trails or computer labs for kids or after school care or whatever that might be. So this money isn't just going back into the pocket of developers. We have a compliance department, which is 2 individuals, and then a third party that goes out and looks at at are they compliant? And if they're not compliant, we put them on notice. They have a 30-day cure period. If they don't cure, then they're in jeopardy of losing their pilot. You've seen us recently in the news with Millennia. In fact, I was looking over my shoulder to see if any of them were here. And most of their problems are interior of the buildings, which that's code enforcement, and we have nothing to do with that. We're security, tenant benefits, lighting. Is this a good, safe place for people to live? I've enjoyed being on this board. I currently serve as chair. If I'm reelected as chair, I'll serve again, but it's a privilege to be here today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then Councilman Smiley.
Thank you all for your service. My question was, Attorney Welford, I was noticing that of the 25 meetings, you were present for 16 of them and you were absent for 9. How happened you want to be on a board and you've missed so many meetings?
I think it's 22 out of 31 from when I looked at some time frame or what you're talking about. 2023 was a bit of an aberration for me. I was until about midway through 2023, I was the advocacy chair, the litigation chair for my law firm, which is a 700 lawyer law firm spread out across the Southeast. And I've stepped down from that role. But finishing up that, along with a major case that I have, which I admit is set right now for trial in June, but should be over with, made 2023 a bit of an aberration. If you look at my attendance throughout the course of my term, I think you'd find that it's been pretty strong. And I think you'd also find, if you looked at the minutes of the meetings, that I am an active board member. I probably ask more questions that maybe they don't need to be asked sometimes, but if it's not making sense to me, I just want to understand it. So I do recognize that last year my attendance fell a bit, but I don't expect that to be an issue over the course of the next term if I'm appointed.
Councilwoman, anything else? Okay, thank you. Next we have Chairman Smiley and Councilwoman Green.
Just a quick question. Health Ed Board, what's the health component of it?
That's a very good question.
Is it split? I think there was another Health Ed Board. Is it split between the two boards?
There's actually, I'm sure Mr. Reed could probably answer this better, but.
I don't care who answered it. I just want to know.
There's a county board.
See, I knew it was something like that.
And they, as a practical matter, tend to handle most of the health-related pilots. Ours is exclusively, essentially residential. Since I've been on the board, and honest to goodness, I've wondered myself why we are called the Health Ed Board. It's really housing. It's residential housing what we're dealing with.
Is there anything we can do to make sure that message is out? I know because the county deal with more of the health, and you all deal with more housing. I just want to know if there's anything we can do to deal with it.
Yeah, great question. Historically, the county board's been concerned with education, schools. We did a bond issue back in, it was Schilling Farms Elementary. I don't know when it was, but it was a long time ago. That's the last thing that we've done with education. Ours is affordable housing. How do we have housing stock out there that is lower than market rents, that it's a place for people to drive home and be proud of and be safe in their apartment? So it's that we do refer a lot back and forth between the two. I don't know that the county board does anything in affordable housing. So if they get a deal, they'll say you really should call the city board, and we do the same thing when it comes to health and education. But great question.
Thank you. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman White and Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Green and then Councilwoman White are in the queue.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could give me some background information on the board itself, how long each of you have already served, because I understand these are new 6-year terms, and what the gender and racial makeup of the other members are.
We try to make sure that we have a good, diverse group. As I said, I've been serving since 2002. We have just, and in fact, we have 2 board seats that are open, and I think one of the board seats is coming before y'all next month. But we try to make sure that we have people in the community. Now, it's a very complicated board. Let me just start there. Educating board members on the difference between a pilot and a conduit issuer with a TEFRA hearing for bonds that come through THDA allocation can get a little muddy. So typically our board members spend about the first year or 2 learning the difference between a pilot and what a conduit issuer is with the THDA allocation. I will say Buck has been very active in the board and asked some really good questions. Other board members are Cliff Henderson, and I think he came before y'all recently for a reappointment. Jimmy Jalinek, Katie Schatz, she was the other one that came before you recently. Yeah, and Howard Eddings was appointed 3 months ago. And then Moniz Hagler has served as chair, and she is now vice chair.
And can you tell me how long each of you have already served?
Well, I'm 22 years, Buck.
I was appointed in 2018. I think they're 6-year terms.
And Moniz is the longest serving chairperson. She precedes me.
Thank you. Chairwoman, are you good? I mean, Councilwoman, everybody's a chair at some point throughout the day. Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, and then Councilwoman Logan.
Okay, 2 things, because I guess I want to go back, and I don't know if Councilwoman Green's question was completely answered. So how many people are on the board?
We have, is it 11? 8.
8, since we have 2 vacancies.
Yeah.
So maybe just go through and list them again, list the names.
So we've got Jimmy Jalinek. I just have to go around the room. Myself, Buck, Katie Schatz, Howard Eddings, Sawyer, and
Moniz Hagler, and Dr. Jane is still a member.
No, Dr. Jane is not. No, he's not. Sawyer, and he was just appointed last month by you guys, and I cannot think of his first name. In fact, I've not met him. 9, and then we've got
On this list, it says
here we
8.
go. Moniz Hagler, Howard Eddings, Cliff Henderson,
A 9-member board.
Vince Sawyer, 9 of us.
Approximately of the pilots that we have, I think you said it's how many? 100 and how many?
119.
119. And I know you said that some of the big ones are Alco Management and Multi-South Management, which of course are apartment complexes. Approximately how many of those 119 are made up of apartment complexes?
It's almost all apartments. And most of, we do very little new construction. Most of these are, and we work hand in hand with Blight. So these developers will come in, there will be an apartment building that is in a very blighted area that needs 50% rehab. They put their money in, we issue the pilot.
So my question is, I know earlier, and I was in the back listening, and you said the communities that people are proud and safe in. And so from what I've seen, several of the apartment complexes where we have very high violent crime and security issues are owned by Alco Management as well as Multi-South Management. And so I'm trying to figure out kind of what is the board's responsibility in ensuring that these people actually do have safe environments and a place to live, because I think we a lot of times kind of blur the lines when it comes to affordable housing, and then meaning that people just kind of get subpar conditions, and then the city is offering pilots, but then we're not really concerned about
the well-being and the safety and the health and condition of these places where we're saying is affordable for people to live?
That is a fantastic question. And one of the things that we've begun to do is to work a little bit closer with the environmental court. There is a program out there, it's Safeways, and I don't know how familiar y'all are with Safeways, but that is something that we have asked them for a proposal. We currently do not require people that have pilots to be members of Safeways, but we are looking at it now. Most of our properties, so in order to be compliant and to not have your pilot in jeopardy, the things that we look at is you need to have occupancy of a certain level, and that's over 75%. Typically, when you start getting into these apartments where there's high crime and things like that, that occupancy begins to drop. And that's one reason that we have 3 people on compliance riding around and looking at these properties to make sure that the tenant benefits and those things are there, because these properties don't take 120 days to turn. They don't take 60 days to turn. They can take 30 to 45 days if there's crime and activity like that. We're kind of the king with no clothes for the simple reason that the way we're chartered is once we issue that pilot, we are concerned with, do you have security gates up, or did you say you were going to have security gates up? We don't require that you have security gates, but the things that you come before our board and say that you're going to do to keep these tenants safe and have an affordable place for them to live, we're going to hold you to that.
And so
Something that since when they changed, the last council changed the pilot lengths, you have to show some extra level of entitlement, but to 25 years instead of 10 years, 25, up to 25. I think it's 20. 20, I'm sorry. For 20 years instead of the original 10. That really created an awareness of, for that length of time, we can't let the property get out of control. And so I know we've substantially, I don't know what the percentage is, increased the amount of our own funds that we've got for compliance. And certainly in the last 2 years, we have been much more active. And again, if you look at the minutes, you can see this on putting certain properties on a watch list. And when they're on the watch list, they have to come back for each meeting, and they have to more or less hold themselves to account for, you told us you would do this last month. Have you done this? And it's very frustrating because a lot of times it doesn't move as quickly as we want. But we're sort of like it's a nuclear threat to withdraw the pilot. At the end of the day, that's the most effective remedy we have, to withdraw the pilot. And we have, for example, Mr. Reed just said with Millennia Housing, we are getting very close to that point, and have told them that, and so security is a constant theme when with those properties that are on the watch list.
And so this is what I would say is, and I don't know to what extent you all have resources in your compliance department. I would urge the board to start pulling incident reports for some of these problem apartment complexes, because what the crime statistics show is that we have a lot of violent crime that occurs in apartment complexes. And it's because these property owners are not doing what they're supposed to do to make sure that you don't have people gathering and basically being terrorists to the people who just really are seeking affordable housing. Mm-hmm. And so ultimately, these apartment complexes that we're not really monitoring and we're providing these exemptions to and these exceptions to are also a part of our crime rate going up, because they're not doing their part with providing the type of security that needs to be provided in these complexes after they've shown continuous incidents of crime.
If I could just say, I agree with you, and I'm just speaking as a board member, but I believe that we are going to need to revoke a pilot. We're going to have to revoke it, and we're going to have to demonstrate some seriousness of purpose. And there are several properties that might be candidates for such thing. If they don't if they don't get control of what's going on, to some extent, it is beyond their control, but a lot of these things are within their control, and they are getting very substantial tax breaks for it. And I think that will demonstrate a seriousness of purpose. There are some of these things, though, they're just difficult because you have a situation where if you do pull the pilot, you have a lot of people that you have to have a plan in place what's going to happen to them. In fact, we discussed that at the very last meeting with respect to one of the millennial properties. If we do this, I discussed it on, we need to be coordinating with the city administration on what are we going to be doing with the people who have that pilot pulled if they just leave, if the landlord just pulls out. Because it's a very sticky problem, but you raise an excellent point.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have one more in the queue before you, Councilwoman Logan. Council members, you have just a packet that was given to me during a meeting by the Memphis Towers Tenants Union. Although the pictures are in black and white, that's all they could get. But I had the descriptions are with the pictures, and I had a meeting with them in January. And they requested the meeting, and they provided these complaints to us that they have provided to the Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board that are all around what you say is what you're looking at, Mr. Reed, security and tenant benefits. None of these complaints have to do with the interior, which they did tell me some of that, and the status of some of the apartments in there. It was an hour meeting. There were a lot of harmful and some grotesque stories that came about because of the lack of security and tenant benefits in this particular building, which is owned by Millennia, which you all brought up. Councilwoman White also brought up about Multi-South and Alco that I was not aware of, but is just adding to the list of how are we able to provide safety and security for all residents and even ones who are not in these buildings by knowing that their tax money is going towards somewhere where other people are safe and just have the basics. Some of the things I do want to point out, because the public doesn't have this, although this is public information, we can get that put up. The front door security, it says that in November, no one was at the front desk to let Memphis Fire Department in, and they had no other way to get in, so they had to break through the door, and yet the door is still in disrepair, and that's a security situation. The lobby, which it says they gave a rendering to the Health, Education, and Health Facility Board about how it will be done December 6th. It's February 20th, and so as of a few days ago, they said that that's still not done. But so the same, I would say, you all are not Millennia, right? You're not any of these places. But when you're appointed to a board or when you're selected for that type of public service, you have that responsibility to be accountable for these 119 people that you give active pilots to. And so you say you have those two people in compliance and they ride around. It's hard to see some stuff when you just riding around. I ride past Memphis Towers and I didn't know any of this was going on until I just sat and listened. But they said that they've been to your board. They've been to your board meeting multiple times. And so I just, not making assumptions or pointing the finger, but I just find it hard to believe that a tenants union is giving you information, pictures, anecdotal stories, and that it's being ignored. You are saying that you're going to look at how that revoking looks like. The same way when we talk about, okay, well, if we're charging landlords more in property taxes, does that trickle down to hurt, right, the tenant? The same way you're thinking about, if we take away the pilot, will that trickle down to hurt? I don't think accountability in this sense, this is pretty simple. They're talking about elevators. They're talking about a front door. They're talking about boarding on the front of the building. This is a picture of the community room, even though it's black and white, all you see are, and I'm not a contractor, so I don't know what this stuff called, the stuff in between the walls, to make the wall. Studs, right? And so, I don't do that in my day job, right? So, and then in the community room, you see the insulation leaning on the side. So these are, if the pilots are to promote and encourage security and tenant benefits when they're already in a situation that's not allowing them maybe to see the same benefits as other Memphians, it's our job, right? Your job as you're overseeing the accountability, but us, because this is the only piece of accountability that we have for you all's board. So since you all say you have a plan that's coming, I'd like to entertain a motion to hold these reappointments until we are able to get that plan. Because in a second by Swearingen, Washington. And the reason for that, colleagues, our constituents and neighbors, for some, are looking at us for help and support. And we're not able to do anything but talk to you all. So once we appoint and reappoint you all, we hand over that responsibility for these 119 projects. And if there are unions and groups of people that are saying they're not even getting the basics, then that's what we have to talk about.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, sir.
This is not in our portfolio.
You can have it.
No.
Millennia, Memphis Towers is not in the portfolio?
No.
Millennia doesn't get pilots.
So Millennia had a couple of other pilots that we had issued. It was actually, they had purchased and we reissued the pilot to them, but this was never in our portfolio. And we stopped this when THDA came out and said, we're not gonna do an allocation for this. And we said, you're dead in the water. We're not gonna do it for you
So
either.
when this has a December meeting for you all, what's that in reference to?
We were talking about it. And we talk of some of these pilots that come
But you
before
talked about it, but it's not in your portfolio.
Right, they were coming before us for a pilot and an issue for THDA.
So is
And we
Millennia
didn't-
receiving pilots for any apartments or multi-housing in the Memphis area?
I think there are Hope Heights, I think is Millennia.
I thought Memphis Towers was
Yeah. Well, even if it's not for Millennia, there have been other projects that have been brought up, and we just need to see some information. So, yeah, Chairman Smiley.
So when we make a motion to hold, it has to be a date certain. If we make a motion to table, we're tabling. But so is there a date certain?
When do you all think you could come back with a plan?
In our next board meeting, we are drawing a line with all Millennia.
When is that board meeting?
It would be the first Wednesday of next month. So I'd say.
So second meeting in March.
So I'd say give us till after that, then we can come back and tell you what we've done with Millennia.
I would like to just say that
March 19th.
I am going, if I'm empowered to vote on Millennia, I'm going to vote on Millennia the way I feel like I need to vote. And if you look at the minutes, you will see that Cliff Henderson and Buck Welford are the ones who put on the table, we need to seriously consider pulling this pilot. But we do need to know what the consequences of pulling that pilot is going to be.
Yeah.
And Madam Chairman, I am highly skeptical that they're going to fix these problems, because with Memphis Towers in particular, I think there's a construction lien that's been filed. They're in a dispute with their contractor, and they've got financing problems. And we have, I'm not going to disclose what I was planning on doing the next meeting, but I'm not going to take action on the next meeting simply because my nomination is held. I'm going to do what I felt like I needed to do at that meeting. I just want to make that
Which is
clear.
what we expect.
I
Which
just
is what
wanna
we
make that
expect for you to do, Mr. Welford. So that's a March 19th date. So there was motion by myself to hold these two reappointments until March 19th, and that was seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Is it a comment to the motion, Councilwoman Logan? Put your.
Can the plan include the Safeway? They said they were looking at and working on a plan for Safeway as well. Can you include
They're
that?
in the process of giving us a proposal. I don't know when that proposal will be to us.
Okay.
But we will give you an update.
Councilman Warren?
Yes, Madam Chair. You know, I think that this has been a good discussion and good education for all of us. And I do understand that our only power as a council when it comes to these boards is our reappointment. I don't want you two gentlemen to think that your reappointments specifically have been held for 3 weeks because of your function on that board. It's merely our way to have you come back and report to us, and we can see how this is progressing, and we can report to our council members and to our constituents. So with that, I will also be backing this hold primarily so we can see how it's going to help you do your job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Any opposition to the motion and second? All right, so council members, this item will be held until March 19th. If you, Mr. Reed and Mr. Welford, if you have anything to send beforehand via email, we can definitely get that to our staff and get it to everybody on council. Also, as usual, as anybody does, feel free to reach out to individual council members, and council members feel free to reach out with your questions, not just for what's in front of you, but anything that you may have had come up or anything that was mentioned today.
May I add one comment? Way back, we had a city council person, Barbara Swearingen-Holt, and she was our liaison between the city council and the board. And then I forget who the next one was. I think it was Harold Collins or somebody.
Do we have one?
That would be something that we would love to have, because when Ms. Barbara Swearingen-Holt was a member, she would bring information back, and the council was constantly updated on what we were doing.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, do we have a council liaison to this board?
I'm almost certain the answer is yes. I will talk to our staff and figure out who exactly is liaison. But I think we're gonna have a council staff present at the next board is what meeting.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody is, as Chairman said, so we'll make sure to have presence there. I don't think it's me. Okay. All right. Any other questions on this item? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We'll see you on March 19th.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing this up.
Thank you. All right, council members, one more item in this committee discussion, just a discussion, on the Tennessee Landlord Tenant Act, all council districts, requested by myself, Easter Thomas. I just wanted to get some information on it because I heard that it was something going on with the commission and with the state, and just wanted to see how we can be helpful and supportive in you all's quest to do it. So just for the purpose of discussion, motion and a second. Motion by Swearingen Washington, second by Cooper Sutton. Director Connect, floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main Street, room 608. As the chair spoke to, this idea of addressing rental properties has been going on for a long time. The registry concept has been something we've been interested in for a number of years. We actually had an ordinance drafted and ready to move forward with, but then the state changed the Uniform Landlord Tenant Act, which basically governs how landlords and tenants are allowed to be managed and some guidelines. And so what they basically did was preempted us from enacting our own local ordinance. And so we are therefore required to basically get the state to amend OLTA to say that Shelby County or Memphis could also, like Metro Davidson, who already is authorized in the same legislation to have a registry program, to allow us the same rights and privileges. So I have been, as many of you know, we've been talking to our state legislators. We've had many discussions with them. And recently, the county commission took it upon themselves to pursue this as their own, from their own body perspective. They got Senator Akbari and Representative Thompson to present a state bill, a Senate bill and House bill. So I've been up to Nashville several times recently, specifically working with with Senator Akbari, talking to the senators on the Labor and Commerce Committee, which is where the bill was. We got some good traction. I actually at the committee was actually to speak on this to the Senate in that committee, and it did pass the first Senate 5-3. So it has started in a positive direction. I think on the Senate side, we have some great opportunities. I think it's going to Finance Committee. I don't see it being a hurdle. I think the only pushback I heard in committee was, well, it's only going to cost you it's going to bring in $27,000 in revenue potentially. Can it just be free? And which we agreed to, yes, with the caveat being that we might in the future, though, need to receive revenues to offset the cost of the program. But on a first-time basis, maybe we could make such an allowance. That was the only real pushback that the Senate members had. On the House side, I plan to go back and start speaking to the House representatives and just advocating again. Now, the realtors are again against it. So just know that, what I'm hearing is that we can count on their opposition to this proposal. The good news is on the other side of this that I'm hearing from more and more cities in our state that are just as frustrated by this as us, especially the out-of-state ownership, which has become a proliferation not only in Memphis but in other areas because they don't care for the property and generally they're unmaintained. So I think that we have a good time. I did hear one senator talk about, well, why do we have to even mention it? Why can't anybody have this? Just eliminate the restriction on who could have it, just make it available. I thought that was a wonderful idea because I think other cities shouldn't have to required to be enabled by the state to do it, but that's a much more detailed conversation, and I thought they would be pursuing that. But I think we are making good progress, at least for now, to change the word, to add the word "or" to the definition, which would then enable us, because we have the population as the word that is currently written in OLTA. And I can send this. I made some presentation kind of explaining what that looked like. We don't want to go through this now, but I can share with you this, and you can see what ultimately Senator Akbari's proposal was, and Representative Thompson. It's just a simple changing from "and" to "or."
Yeah.
So
words matter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially in the law. So, but good progress. I think Senator Akbari has a great respect. All the Senate members I spoke to and some of the House members are very respectful of her. And what I did was just educate them, explaining how problematic rental properties are, that they generate 3 times the number of code violations. It takes us 3 times as long to finally get someone to respond to a violation once we cite it because we don't have a local agent. And then the process of just identifying somebody and getting somebody to respond, especially when you're an LLC in New Jersey or somewhere else, is very complicated and unnecessarily timely. So that's where we are. And like I said, I'm excited. I think we're getting traction. I hope that this will actually make it through the legislation.
Thank you for explaining it. Councilwoman Gray.
I just had a couple of questions. One goes to exactly the point you just made at the end, which is how complex and cumbersome this could be for you to find this. And my thought when reading it was, is $10 enough? I know you just said the Senate wants it to be 0, but it seems like it's going to cost us to do this. And I know you don't maybe know, but maybe if there's other places that have done this sort of thing, I would look at what their fee is when trying to figure that out. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not sure $10 is enough to cover what you're explaining you would have to do.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
And I'll explain. We went through a whole stakeholder engagement before we drafted the ordinance itself. And we had different rate structures. We did lots of different things. We were actually looking at a different than $10 a parcel rate structure. But everybody who we spoke to and stakeholders said, well, the state law makes it clear $10 is what they charge in Nashville. Why does the city have to have a different rate structure? We just saw that as a huge hurdle to getting the legislation passed. So we did just kind of mimic Metro Davidson's program. I think it's fair to say that the program is going to cost more than that, but only through gathering data and then making a change based on what it actually cost us,
Agreed.
Then would we be justified in making another structure.
I agree. I'm just saying, make sure you're gathering that data
Yes, ma'am.
so we can go back and get the money that we need. My other question was, I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't quite sure. This would also apply to owners of Airbnbs?
No, there is a separate short-term rental registry that's already been enacted, and we recently modified that and changed it. So there is a registry for that, but it's only for people starting as of January 1st, I think it was. There was no grandfather.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, colleagues? Thank you, Director Connect. Colleagues, we're adjourned.
I'd like to call the Transportation Committee to order. Will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilwoman Green, Councilman Spinoza, Chair Ford.
Present. We have one item. That's the monthly update from MATA, all council districts, requested by Councilman Evan Ford Sr. and myself. Okay, y'all come on up, introduce yourself, and give us a little report, and then we're gonna open it up to the council for questions and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I am Bakara Malden, Interim CEO, Memphis Area Transit Authority, 1370 Levy Road, Memphis, Tennessee. And I have with me Mr. John Lancaster, who is our Chief Development Officer as well. We're really excited to be before you this afternoon and to have this opportunity to present. It's been a while since we've been before this body, and so you may be wondering, well, what's new at MATA? Well, it's a few things that are new. One, we have new leadership, and that new leadership is not new to MATA, nor is it new to leadership. We have a new board chairman, Mr. Michael Fulton. He's been a MATA board member since 2018. You all may know him from the work that he does with the airport, but he is very involved in our community, active in a lot of organizations as well. And we look forward to the leadership that he brings to the Board of Commissioners for MATA. We also have an interim chief executive officer, myself. I've been the interim chief executive officer since February 1. I've been a part of the MATA family since 2021. This is the third time that I've had the opportunity to sit at the helm of a transit authority. I'm a seasoned industry advocate and professional, and I'm also very, very involved locally. Birmingham, Alabama is my hometown, but Memphis, Tennessee is my home. But in spite of those leadership changes, I submit to you that this is not the Bakara Malden show. We actually have a team of leaders who are all committed, along with the 565 employees that we have at the agency. You notice on this slide there are 2 open spots. One of those open slots, the chief safety officer, is actually about to be filled Monday, and he's actually in the room in the back. Colonel Keith Watson, 30-year MPD officer, if you would stand. He is actually going to start with us as our chief safety and security officer. And that's huge because, you know, people are under the erroneous perception that public transit is not safe. And so we're going to lean into all the years of experience that Colonel Watson brings to MATA by helping to create a safer, more secure atmosphere for our customers to ride and to thrive. We have an interim CFO right now, and we have it posted currently, and we are leaning in and looking to ensure that we get just the right person to help us with our financial stability. Okay. We also have a new look at some not so new issues. As you all know, a lot of what you heard about MATA last fall was about the winter service change that we were proposing. And hopefully by now you know that our board of directors, they rejected that proposal. They sent us back to the drawing board. And so we're taking a new look at how we can offer those services. So what's next? No route cuts were implemented. We're seeking more input from the community. We're seeking more input from the MATA team.
So that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Walker has joined us. I think that's it. Yeah. And Swearingen, Washington. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. So we're seeking more input from the MATA team. We're having more conversations with our stakeholders. We've started the process of meeting with several of you all individually, and we plan to make our way all the way across to talk to all of you about what you would like to see in your transit authority, the Citizens Transit Authority. And of course, we're going to have even more dialogue with the Matter Board, and together we will all transform transit. We have a new approach to problem solving and to pressing forward. So what are we doing? First, we're showing the Matter team some love. And love not just in terms of hearts, which you see I have this Matter pin on, that's a heart, but love actually stands for loyalty, open communication, vision, and engagement. During our town hall meetings with our employees last year, the employees talked about how they didn't really feel the love. And so once I was given the opportunity to lead, I vowed, starting with my first day, excuse me, when I met with the operators at 3:30 a.m., that I was going to show the operators love and treat them like the important citizens that they are, performing an important service to our community. We're going to take a deep look, and we've already started, at our bus maintenance and operations. We've brought a team of experts in from RapDev, our management contract providers. They're looking at our maintenance operations to see where we can gain efficiencies in how we operate. We're looking at how we align our routes. We're looking at the organization from top to bottom to see where we can gain efficiencies. We're looking at innovative ways to add to our aging fleet. Currently, we have 105 fixed route buses, and I submit to you that over half of those buses are past the point of useful life, which is 500,000 miles. Now, of course, our folks in the maintenance department are doing the best that they can to try to keep them running, but that's one of the things that contributes to some of our inefficiencies. We're bringing in a customer service specialist to train the Matter staff. We're using on-demand to address service needs in some of the less densely populated areas. And lastly, we're creating an advisory council to ensure that we remain connected to the community as we make decisions moving forward. So in addition to that, we're continuing to keep metrics. In particular, this month, I'd like to focus on ridership. So our ridership for all of the modes, which are fixed route service, Matter Plus service, on-demand service, and trolley service, so far we have we're almost at 2 million riders for FY 2024. And you see where we have ebbs and flows. Of course, you know, we had some winter weather during the month of January, and that's why our ridership fell. We also had our trolley tracks at one point were blocked because there was some construction going on. And so we lost a lot of trolley ridership during that time as well. But we're continuing to trend upward. Of course, we're not where we were pre-pandemic in 2019. Those averages for the entire year were almost 500,000 rides within the month. But we're not there yet, but we're slowly picking up the pace and picking up speed so that we can move in that direction. Our bus ridership, almost a little over 1.5 riders on our fixed route bus service. And then here are our bus route ridership ranking totals. And usually the top three, and I think Chief Lancaster can jump in a little bit on that part, but it usually fluctuates between 36 Lamar, 50 Poplar, and 42 Crosstown. Every time we show this chart, it's either one of those three at the top. But we usually have the same fluctuation with the routes at the bottom as well, with the 13 Lauderdale, the Central and Walnut Grove, and the 37 Perkins. But sometimes the 28 Airport, sometimes it'll come in at the very bottom. But so far, it's picking up a little bit more ridership, and we're really excited about that. Our paratransit ridership for FY24 so far is 74,000, a little over 74,000 riders. And our trolley ridership, which actually, I know that Chief Lancaster says it all the time, that our trolley ridership is some of the strongest ridership. And it's our most efficient route. And so we have 114,813 riders so far with our trolley service. And then our on-demand, which is Groove On Demand, that serves the downtown New Chicago, President's Island, as well as the 3 zones of Ready On Demand. This is the total figure of all of the ridership for all of our on-demand services. And then lastly, I actually, on the packet that you have in front of you, it's actually the first page, but I wanted to make sure that you all know that we would love for you to join us. MATA started the month off on a historic note by appointing the first female to ever lead its operation. So we're going to end the month on a historic note, and we're going to pay homage to the first African-American general manager. His family will be there, and we're really wanting the community to come out and pay homage to this giant this giant who existed in our community. We will be unveiling a new bus that will travel all over this city in the service area in memory of Mr. Hudson. And so we really hope that all of you all will take time out to join us in this celebration. We're really, really very excited about it, and we hope that you all are too. And that completes my report, actually. And as always, I'm here to answer any questions that you all have. If I don't know the answer, I'll simply tell you I don't know, but I'll get right back to you in short order. And then we also, we have a team that's willing also and able to answer questions. We just want to be partners with you all to do what we can to transform transit in the Mid-South. So thank you for your time and attention this afternoon and for the opportunity to present. I also want to recognize there's several board members who are here in the audience as well. If you all could raise your hands as well. We're really excited to have the support and just the activeness and the advocacy that our board has shown, because it's really going to take everyone from the top all the way to the bottom through the organization as well as the community to truly transform transit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're going to have this for Mr. Hudson. I'm the oldest one around here. I worked with him diligently when I was on the council before. He was a very great person. He needs all the honors that we can give him. He did a lot of different things for MATA.
He did.
Yes, and we sure appreciate him. And what you're doing, it's good, all good, okay? Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilman Warren joined us. And we got a few that want to ask some questions. Councilwoman Green first.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this presentation, and I appreciate the numbers that you've given us today. I would like, when you come back before us, if you can bring us maybe a different data set that speaks more to the quality of the experience on MATA. Things that are more like, how long are they waiting on a bus? How long is it taking to get from point A to point B? How many incidents are, I talked recently to somebody who said your bus drivers are often like social workers. So, how many incidents are you having to report to the police on your bus? Things like that speak to the quality of the experience. I had the pleasure on my day job to speak to a group of persons living with disabilities. And that was one group in particular that I really empathized with, because they have to take transportation and they need it to get to doctor's appointments. And the process that they described seemed incredibly cumbersome and lengthy. They would have to call a couple of days in advance. They would have to call only through a certain hour windows to be able to say, I need you to take me to my doctor appointment, and there's only so many slots, and if you miss those slots, then you don't get to go to your doctor appointment, or you have to find someone else to take you. And that's burdensome when you don't feel independent as well. They expressed a lot of that. So again, I just would like to have some numbers, not just around how many people are riding, but what it's like for them on those rides.
We will be happy to provide that information for you. And I will tell you, my heart actually is in paratransit. The first agency that I led was a paratransit only agency in Alabama. And so I definitely understand the challenges that persons in that population group have to face day in and day out. I wish that I had a better answer in terms of being able to provide more service, but just as we're limited in our fixed route service, we're also limited in our paratransit service. But we're working with some innovative people, and we're looking for ways that we can augment that fleet so that we can provide more opportunities to get people to where they need to go. But also our on-demand service, we do have ADA accessibility options for persons that are able to utilize the on-demand service as well if you happen to live in those zones. So we're not perfect, but we're trying to provide options and just make sure that we're doing the very best we can to serve everyone that needs a ride. But we're always open to feedback and suggestions, and we'll definitely present more data to you in that regard next time.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, News CEO Malden. I was most excited to hear about no route cuts. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I know my constituents and neighbors are feeling the same. So it's good to hear that you all as a team and as a board are looking at ways how you can improve without scaling back. That's a word to any other directors listening. So thank you for that, and we just look forward to seeing how we can support and put out the word to the folks who are bus riders, public transit riders, and who would probably benefit from trying out public transit, especially with parts in my district downtown that are parts of like those on-demand service areas, to be able to use it and utilize it for what the groove. And then now we're starting to see the trolley come back down Riverside Drive. So that's a good thing too. So just saying thank you for no route cuts, and also keep us updated on how the community's being a part of looking at how the innovation is including them in their experience, like Councilwoman Green was saying.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Exciting to see you again. I came to the event that you all had the other day, and I was not able to stay, but it was very informative, the data and the numbers. I want to talk about your fleet. I just heard you in your presentation, in regards to your fleet, and that is a big issue. Over 500,000 miles past due. That is almost like me taking my car and not getting it serviced. I don't know how we got here like that, but that is really embarrassing that we are here. If you had a wish list, what would be the first thing that you would wish for to change in transit and you want to see happen?
I would love to see us be funded at a higher level that would allow us to be able to maintain the vehicles in a state of good repair, to make the fleet purchases that we need to make, and also to be able to hire the people that we need to hire to operate the service. And so it takes good people, good qualified people, in order to provide the best service. And so my wish list would be a combination of both, but definitely for more funding to be able to do those things. I don't know how many items I get on my wish list, but
keep talking.
But I also would like more funding to help us have better transit facilities so that we can provide a better experience for our customers at the transit centers. All of those things work together to make us a more robust transit authority. And I think that is a big part of what's going to help move this city forward, is for us to have robust transit. I always get asked the question, well, why don't you have transit like? And then you fill in the blank. And if you compare the funding levels that we have here to the funding levels that you find in other places, it's a big variance. It's a big difference between the two. And so I'm excited that you asked me that question. Yes. I will stop here. I could go on because I have a long list.
I'm sure your list is very long.
I have a long list.
Yeah, but while you're going on with her, let her know where the federal government comes in,
yes,
what they want to fund, and then how we fund it. Also, yeah. Yeah,
Correct.
that's where it will kind of answer more of her questions that she need, okay?
Right. So the federal government, it's an 80-20 match when it comes to most grants that we get. And so even if we're buying buses, we still have to have the matching funds. If we're building a maintenance facility, we have to have the matching funds. And so, but in particular with the buses, right now the federal government has a big zero emissions push. So right now, they're really pushing us to buy electric buses, hydrogen fuel cell buses, things like that. And honestly, if you want to impact, and I was just having this conversation with someone yesterday, that if you really want to impact service and enhance the ride for that customer on the street in the shortest amount of time, that's going to be with a diesel bus, not with an electric bus, because the cost to get up and running with a diesel bus, the infrastructure cost is much less than the electric bus, because we're talking about $1 million for the bus. We're talking about $1 million for the charging infrastructure. So that's a $2 million adventure, and we're talking about one bus. So I think that's what you were alluding to. So our request for buses will really center around diesel buses initially, so that we can move the needle in our efficiency and making sure that we're becoming as efficient as ever and making all of those runs that we miss from time to time.
Thank you, and I thank you for your love. I like that, and how your acronym for that and what it means. Because I went to a lot of MATA meetings with the community and with the workers, and the morale was very, very disappointing. And so I hope that with your bright face and your bright smile, and that you can boost that, and we can take it and move the needle. It's a lot of moving here in Memphis. We're like 20 years behind on everything. And so you have our support as much as we can do, and thank you for stepping into the interim role.
Thank you. We will definitely, the thing that really inspires me is that even when we were talking about possibly having to propose service cuts, our team kept going back to the drawing board. Can we do this? Can we do that? We need to provide service. It was their dedication, really, that was very inspiring to me. The people that work for MATA, they love this business. They love the city. And so feeling that love and that commitment from them made me love all 564 of them even harder. So we have a great team, and we're looking to add to that team because we are recruiting mechanics as well as we're continuing to recruit operators. So I had to put that plug in there.
Y'all hear that, huh? Thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So congratulations on being the first female director of MATA. And you were using the word robust. And so I often hear comparisons of Memphis to other quote unquote progressive robust cities. And one thing that these cities have in common, they have robust public transportation. And I get the point about accessing the diesel buses sooner because there is an immediate need. But simultaneously, we need to keep the EV buses on the radar. You wouldn't want to be down the line and there are some adverse consequences because we have not gotten on board. Some legislation could come about whereby there are fines or incentives that we are not eligible for. And so you want to keep that on the radar as well. And I had mentioned about the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. And so I'm going to connect you with some people in the various divisions who are already currently taking a deep dive in that, and maybe their exploration already can kind of direct you to the portions that are specific to your needs and your goals. And I just want to definitely underscore that. Going back to what the questions from Councilwoman Green about the day-to-day activity, the scheduling, and all of that. So if there is a bus that's missing from the street, how do our riders know about that? Do they literally have to go online and check every day, or how are they informed?
So we encourage all of our riders to utilize Omni Alerts. If they are subscribing to Omni Alerts, when buses are delayed or runs are missed, that information goes directly to your phone, and you don't have to have a smartphone, just as long as you can receive text messages. That information will go to your phone and you'll be informed. And we're even evolving in that regard, because we're working on the verbiage that we use in the Omni Alert system to make sure that we're giving our customers enough information to make informed decisions once they get that information. But it's Omni Alerts. But if they do have a smartphone and can go onto the website, we do also have the Matter Tracker, which you can go in and also see where your bus is and all of that. So there are two. Now, if it's a major shutdown or breakdown, we'll also put that information on our social media platforms as well.
How often is that updated? Let's say the middle of the day, a bus breaks down. So how often are those platforms updated?
Instantly.
Instantly. Okay, that's great. Okay, good deal. You mentioned customer service specialist. Will that individual or individuals, will they be in-house, or is that something that's being contracted out?
That's something that's being contracted out. They're brought in to specifically jumpstart our efforts to change the culture, change the environment, work on providing that great customer experience. Now, there will be the trainer element of that, where they'll be leaving nuggets so that as we bring on new employees, they'll have the benefit of getting that same training as well. Mm-hmm. But initially, that'll be a contractor that's coming in to meet with all of the employees.
So I know we're in this technology age, and we're disseminating information on these electronic platforms, and we have riders with different needs, and they may not have a mobile phone. So would they just try to borrow somebody's phone to find out what's going on if they're waiting at a bus stop, and
if they're waiting at a bus
and
stop,
the bus they've been there a minute? And
Correct. Well, I was going to say, now at the bus stop, they would need to either call our customer service line or utilize one of the tools that I just mentioned. However, we are currently reviewing new designs for our bus route signs that actually will have additional information about what routes are being served at that particular thing, or have a QR code that will connect you as well. So we're doing that, and on the BRT line, we'll actually have electronic passenger display units that will give you real-time information on where your bus is once the BRT comes online, bus rapid transit line comes online as well. So we're working to put together more and more innovations to help enhance the customer experience. We're even working with Lemoyne-Owen College on a group of ambassadors to kind of do a fly-in to get with our seniors and our customers and just help people learn how to download our app, help our customers learn how to access Omni Alert. So we're going to test drive that and have a fly-in. I'll be happy to let you all know when that fly-in is going to be. But we've gotten a commitment from the Pan-Atlantic Council at Lemoyne-Owen College to come in and do a fly-in. And so we're excited about that, to see how that works so that we can help make that technology accessible to as many customers as we can.
Okay, great. And I'll follow up with you offline. Possibly we could do that in some of the area branches of the library as well. And I did have one more thing quickly, Mr. Chair. So in Memphis, MATA, the bus riders, that whole piece is associated with poverty. Only people from a certain demographic use public transportation here. But like I made the point earlier, in the cities where they have the robust transit, everyone uses it. So as you move forward with your marketing and your rebranding, make sure that your collateral shows Memphians from all stations in life. And I think that would help
Yes,
to include a white male with a briefcase.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We are on it. And one more thing, you asked about our zero emission bus program. I was going to actually ask Chief Lancaster if he would provide some additional information about what we're doing in that regard, because we do actually have funding for electric buses. We have 3 electric buses right now. And so he can talk more about the work that we're doing in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we've been very fortunate. We actually have.
You started it, record show that Councilwoman White has joined us also. Thank you.
We're very fortunate. We actually already have funding for 40 of these EV electric buses from the federal side. So now all we need is the local city match. And of course, those buses are about $1 million each. So that's like 200,000 a bus times 40. It's a pretty substantial amount that we need from the city just to match those. We've actually already done the procurement, so we have ordered them. The delivery for this is a long time. It's about 2 years. And of course, the Innovation Corridor, there's going to be about 14 buses for the Innovation Corridor. We have about 10 buses that are funded through TDOT with CMAQ funds. So we have all the federal and state funds. We just need the local match from the city. So we're coming to you guys for that this year. So this is one of our, as Bakara said, our top priority is to get these buses funded. And like Bakara said too, we really need the match for the diesel buses. Like I say, our fleet, it takes about 80 buses to run our fleet today to run the amount of service. And that's part of our biggest problem right now is keeping those buses rolling.
Okay, thank you for that. I yield the floor.
Any other council member? See you next month?
Next month.
Yep, and then you can bring all that information that Councilwoman Green wants. You usually bring it. Yeah, this is just a different presentation today.
This was just an introductory presentation, and so, but we will come with more data like we normally do going forward.
Good. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
No further business. This committee is adjourned.
slightly behind. And so we'll do our best to move through there. But this is some of the most important stuff we do. So if you've got questions, here's what I'd like to do. We're going to take up item number 1, which is fiscal year 24 Q2 CIP and operating budget updates provided by the finance division, and it is greatly appreciated, was a document that's in your binders that basically gives operating performance financial highlights. I hope you have had time to review that, and just wanted to ask if there were any questions specifically regarding those notes, or if the administration wanted to make any comments about just the context of what you were trying to accomplish. But ultimately, it's what it sounds like. It's highlights, footnotes on, why budgets are out of line and whatnot. But I just want to take a minute and make sure if anybody had any questions or comment. If not, we'll just move right into the CIP update. All right. So I guess we'll take it into the fiscal year 24 Q2 capital improvement project updates. Floor is yours.
Chairman? Okay, got it. Walter Person, interim CFO, 125 North Main, and I'm seated next to our CIP manager, Tristan Gately Sweat, who will be handling most of the presentation today and is very experienced in this area. So we hope that you get everything you need. If not, feel free to reach out to either one of us regarding any CIP concerns.
Thank you, Chief. Tristan Gately Sweat, CIP Manager, 125 North Main.
Yes, take a beat. Why don't you tell the council, especially for our new members, what it is you do in your purview and kind of your role, and before we hop right in.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So I take all of the CIP requests through the budget season and basically include that into our city's database. I report on financial metrics, as well as just kind of serve as a first point of contact for anything CIP related.
All right, let's begin.
So this is the FY24 Q2 CIP report. We're a little dated, of course, being into February now, but you will hear from us again with the same report at the end of Q3 as well. All right, so I just put a CIP overview kind of plan in here. This just outlines what the CIP budget is, just kind of general information. This year's CIP budget was approximately $95.9 million in GO bonds, and then we had some enterprise funds as well. All right, so here's just a further breakdown. You have 95.9 GO bonds. We had 500,000 operating transfer in, 40 million and some change in stormwater fund, and then over 108 million in the sewer fund. The second row is the FY24 carry forward. So I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. But the carry forward are allocations that were approved in a prior year budget, but were not appropriated by the end of fiscal year 23 and were carried forward into fiscal year 2024. So this graphic includes only FY24, only the 24 budget exclusively. GO bonds only $96.4 million. That also includes a $500,000 operating transfer, and then I include in there as well. Of that, as of December 31st, 2023, 79 had been appropriated. That means they had come back to council and appropriated the funding, or some of our funding is automatically appropriated with the adoption of the budget, and that's according to the ordinance. The amount spent of the GO bonds was $27.6 million, and the amount encumbered or on an active contract was $10.8 million.
All right, pause. Thanks. Will you go in a little bit, just brief statement of why it's 96,415 and what the prior administration's philosophy and policy was on debt issuances as far as it related to annual GO bonds, and why it is what it is?
Sure. In the prior administration, and we've monitored that as on a go-forward basis, the 96,415 represents, as Tristan pointed out, about 95 million and some change in GO bond funded, as well as 500,000 in operating transfer in. That 95.5 is roughly with the interest rate right at the level that bond counsel as well as our financial advisors have told us to be more or less our debt ceiling in terms of what we can service effectively as a city of Memphis. So you'll see that probably as a reoccurrent status of debt until the beginning of FY27. In the beginning of FY27, we will reach what the city has termed to be the debt cliff, and that will start July 1st of 2026 calendar year. At that time, we'll see roughly a $45 to $46 million drop which will essentially yield us about $45 to $46 million worth of capital pay-go potentially to expand our overall ability to provide CIP services to the city.
Yeah, and I thought it was important to note for, especially for newer council members, as we get into, as you start to think about your priorities, specifically capital projects, whether it's a community center or a sidewalk or whatever that is, it's got to, if it's going to be paid with a GEO bond, it's got to fit into that $95 million-ish capital stack. So that's kind of our debt ceiling on an annual basis for projects. And I wanted to point that out. And then he mentioned a term, and I'm not trying to, just want to make sure we're explaining things as we're going, capital pay-go, which is a really fancy word for cash. So we have a capital project, but instead of issuing debt for it, we're going to pay straight up cash for it. So those are those two terms. Let's keep rolling.
Absolutely. Next is the enterprise fund CIP only, so that's your sewer and your storm water funds. We had a FY24 adopted budget of $149 million for the two combined funds. We've appropriated 51. We have no spend to date and some encumbered. A lot of this is for large scale, upgrades and break fix as well. And then this is cumulative. This is all funds, so your $245 million adopted budget, and you can see the appropriation, the money out the door, and the amount on a contract. And then the next 20 slides or so just outlined by division, so you can kind of hone in on specific divisions and every project. A couple of things I want to point out here. The green columns are the FY24 budget only. So if you tally up everything that's in the green adopted budget column for every division, you'll get to the $245 million number. And then I break it down by allocation, appropriation, amount spent, percentage spent of the allocation, amount encumbered on an active contract. The blue is to provide some reference. So for those projects, what's the cumulative project appropriation and allocation? Some of these projects are year-by-year projects. Our paving, for example, we do a one-year paving project, but others, such as the new community center, will last over multiple fiscal years. So that kind of provides you some context over how much funding has actually gone into that project year to date. And then the last column is a carry forward for any of those projects. So I can kind of breeze through these if you'd like, or if you want to stop me on specific ones.
Yeah, before we get into it and just manage it, I would like to go through them, but just looking at the clock, looking at our schedule, we're not going to have that kind of time today, which is fine. We'll make it happen some other way. Real quick, back a couple slides, just to point it out. And I know people are probably, I just want to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. That's all. On the storm and sewer, whenever you hear about your MLGW bills, that's what that cash is going to fund, are these two enterprise funds. And they are enterprise funds that can't be commingled. Some money can go in from the general fund and some money can come out. Robert can tell you whatever formula that is. It's way over my head. So that's where that cash goes. And then today, I think we had our first couple cover line in Public Works. And, cover line is what it is. We'll allocate $1 million to something, and then the administration has to come back to appropriate that money to a specific project through that cover line, which requires your consent. And so there have been years where we've over cover line things in order to create a little more checks and balances, and other years where we've kind of appropriated it and said, go do and be. So I just wanted to point those out. I'm trying to think, just based on the clock, how many cases do you have today?
5. I'm going to hold one.
You're going to hold one, so you got 4. Is there any member that would like an update on any specific project? Because what I'd like to do, just to catch us back up, is let you guys take this, and we can certainly come back in a couple weeks. And if there are specific projects that you'd like to have updates on, I think that would be more efficient. And honestly, to be frank, it's a lot. It's a lot to kind of follow and cover. And I don't know that it'll be beneficial to the council just to kind of run through it quickly. One thing that I do going forward, and I love this report since you started doing it, it's super helpful, is, and maybe it's already in here, but a lot of times we'll have the funding source, which this focuses on GEO bonds, but it's a match. And so sometimes it'd be nice to know what the actual total project costs in the full capital stack. And those are for a lot of those road projects or traffic signals that Manny's got, or whatever those could be. Because sometimes members will say, hey, look, and I think Councilman Easter Thomas asked a good question last time of Zena I thought this was a $10 million, it was a Greenway. Yeah, it's a Green Line project. And it was like, well, it's actually a $15 million project, but we're putting in $1 million. It's it makes it easier for us to track it, and it makes it a lot easier us to provide that documentation to anybody in the public that wants it, so they can say, well, wait a minute, you told me this is a $5 million project and the city's only putting in 500,000. Well, it's a 10% match. Here's why. I think that would be super helpful to have that column put in there. I know, and we may be able to strike a couple columns out, but we can get together and figure that out. All right, colleagues, any questions on CIP? Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Green.
It's not really for today, it's for the future. Because so many of these show 0% allocated for FY24. Just a general explanation of the priorities of the projects. Some of them have 28% spent, some have 14%, some have 62%. I'm just trying to figure out how we got to which ones are being worked on and which ones we're waiting on. So just kind of some timeline or project management clarification, I guess.
Yeah, so I think, and I hear you on that. I think the best way to maybe to tackle that is it's gonna require multiple players, right? But you're gonna have to get with Chief Adams and you guys, and then those division directors and their project managers. And how robust are you looking for? I mean, it can be as robust as you want, but I just want to make sure that you're getting what they deliver what you're really looking for.
Well, you know, I'll put it this way. As I was looking over this, I'm looking and I see that like our golf course is very far along, but our fire department upgrades are not. And I'm looking for some sort of either timeline of when we're starting the fire departments or reasoning why that's at 0% over a golf course. Does that make sense? So it doesn't have to be very deep if the explanation is we're waiting on X contract or we have this firm that's doing these logistics. I just need to know how it is that we started prioritizing what we prioritized, and it's gotten so much further along when so many of these things are sitting at 0%, and the council allocated them to be done, especially as it relates to public safety and, you know, our police and fire getting built.
All right, I love that. All right, so let's do this. Members, if there is a project, we're going to get Chief Adams down here with the project management team to walk through their process on how they execute these projects. Nick talked a little bit last time with Zena on the Accelerate, but I think it's a very good question. But members, and to your analysts, please get with your members and ask them over the next week if there's a specific project or projects that they want an update on, and that way the administration can be specific to that, and then we can have a more general discussion about the process in which they go about that, which I think would be very beneficial for the entire body. And you and I can get with Antonio. That was very good. Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, anything else? All right, let's move on to item number 2. This is a presentation on the Cleed Landing project, all council districts, requested by Councilman Ford Sr. Representatives of that project. All right.
That's okay, baby.
Good seeing you. Thank you. Councilman Ford, as they're getting settled in, do you have any remarks you'd like to make?
On remarks, this is a project in which we allocated money last year, $250,000, Jeff. I think they would be able to explain because everything has already started. And then this money was there for them, and we kind of forgot it was there. But the project has been going on, and that's why we're trying to move forward with it now.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, colleagues, just to remind the body, as we went through last year's budget season, we allocated $250,000 towards South Memphis beautification, which was this project. They had not had time to come present, but it is there, and they've got a great vision. I've had the opportunity to sit down with these gentlemen and listen to what they have to say, and I'm happy that they're here today. If you gentlemen wouldn't mind giving us your name and address and kind of your role, and then the floor is yours. If you'll press the push to talk, it'll turn that light green, and you'll be on the record. Yes, sir. If you'll press the button, there you go.
You can pull it towards yourself.
Thank you, City Council, men and women. My name is Fraser Winless, and I'm the owner and president of WinCorp, and 9-year business developer, and I also own A1 Printing Service, 35 years, and what we're doing, Pastor Taylor come up, what we're doing is trying to beautify, and we're already in the midst of it now, beautifying the South Memphis area, which is close to downtown. And what we're trying to do, if I may say so, is instead of downtown coming to South Memphis, let's do something in South Memphis to help complement the downtown area. That's what we're doing over there, and I partner in with my pastor at Greater Mount Moriah Baptist Church, which is one of the beacons over there in the South Memphis area. And what we're doing, being that we're already in the process of rebuilding over there, we also not just want to rebuild, but want to change the mindset of how people think in the area. And so whereas we help them, let us help you, help me to help you by partaking in what we're doing in the community over there. And my objective is not to just build. We're not just building over there, but we are making a difference in the community, whereas it will bring the value of the homes of the elderly people that's already over there. If you want to stay downtown and can't afford it, we're offering the outskirts of downtown, which is only driving distance 3 to 5 minutes from the downtown area. So if you can't afford to pay $3,000 or $4,000 a month in an apartment downtown, you still have the downtown feel, which probably only costs you $1,000 a month, just as an example. That's what we're trying to bring in the so-called, quote-unquote downtown area. You don't have to be downtown, but you still have the downtown environment. And so my pastor and I, we have joined together to partner in to bring up that community over there. And instead of us waiting on what we can get from the city, or how the city can help, we just started our own to show the city that how serious we are about this community, because so many times people buy property in the community and then they forget it. But we don't want to do that. We live in the community, the church is in that community, and we want to do whatever that we can on our behalf to help lift up that community over there. And I'm going to let my pastor, Taylor, talk to the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Willis, and to the council. My name is Jerry Taylor. Of course, I serve at Greater Mount Moriah Baptist Church. My late predecessor was Dr. J.L. Payne, and that served there for 50 years. And so this Sunday, I would have been there at this particular point 2 years. And then in this transition, pretty much we believe that if you change the look, then it can connect with changing the behavior, changing and making a difference with our children right in that South Memphis area. I want to thank Mr. Winless and those, and of course the council, for giving us an opportunity to try to enhance what we believe is a golden thing. Of course, the late predecessor that there around the outskirts of Edith and Lacleve and Wellington, those are areas that
can make a major impact, not just in the community, but really just all around globally. There are children over there, and we believe if they see that spark of something being bright, then there can be something that'll enhance their behavior by where they're going. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, I was very intrigued by this. You know, a lot of proposals, especially in the development, kind of come to different members or come my way, and you know, it's kind of hodgepodge. What I think the opportunity here is, and why I was excited to help get behind this with Councilman Ford's leadership, is that they've picked a very defined area and to start that demonstration block, and it's something that's very tangible. And as they said, they've already started. I mean, they've started acquiring properties between the CDC, the church, and Mr. Winless. And so to help fund a part of this, I think, and you know, to seed at least the beginning of this and continue to be a partner with them, I think would be very beneficial to that as we start to look at other demonstration blocks around the city. We've seen it work in places with the Fraser CDC and other parts. And so I'm very happy that for your commitment to your neighborhood and for Councilman Ford for bringing this forward. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Dr. Warren?
How closely are y'all related with Lemoyne Owen and their plans with as far as you're moving forward? Have you been in contact with them, and how are they helping you if they are?
We're pretty much, we started trying to do some legwork with connecting with the president there at Lemoyne Owen, and by me just now getting there, just so many different things that we're trying to start out with the base and then move into partnering with Lemoyne Owen as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My wife's on their board, so get with me. I'll try to get you in contact.
Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excited to support this project, and I want to thank Councilman Ford for bringing it up. And that is all. Good to see you. Thanks.
Any other colleagues? Councilwoman Logan and then Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited to see this project. I've worked with Mr. Winless a long time, or been with the printing side, and has done excellent work and has a love for his community and has always been excellent in business. So I'm really appreciative, Councilman Ford, for you bringing this, and I definitely will be supporting. It's a great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Councilman Ford, I've got Councilwoman Walker and then back to Councilman Ford to close us out.
So I just want to applaud you all on this project. I think it's great as it relates to your comment about what people see and the environment. That is very important. And this will help to directly and indirectly offset crime. The cleaner neighborhoods are the safer neighborhoods. And I just wanted to make that comment. And exactly where is your church located?
We're located right in the heart of South Memphis, 1072 South Wellington.
So you're between Walker and McLemore?
Right.
Okay, so I grew up just south of McLemore, and I just wanted to make that known, but I've had a relationship with this community for many, many years and have had family members who attended your church, and I grew up at 414 Cambridge Avenue off of between Latham and Wellington. My grandmother lived on Wellington, aunt on Simpson, cousin on Lucy, cousin on Edith. So I could just go on, but of course I currently live in Whitehaven, but I am just so glad for this to be happening in this area. Best wishes to you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, did you have one question?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to see this project, and I was looking at the project summary back here, at those numbers that are back there, and I was looking at the educational attainment part, and in 2010 y'all had 32.6, and now you at 47.2% on the educational part.
Right. We're moving forward, and we're progressing, even in the midst of behind the pandemic, and but yet we have it has been just the blessings and the favor for us to increase the way that things are going.
and your unemployment and your poverty numbers, they are slightly decreasing, but we can see the needle moving. And this is kind of very impressive to see these numbers here, how you have it by the demographics and what's actually happening with this project. So I applaud Councilman Ford and Councilman Chase for backing it. So very impressed. Would love to come out there to take a tour and to look and to see what's on the next agenda.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ford, do you have any closing remarks?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you doing what you're doing. When I was on the council before, like I said, I'm old, y'all. Okay, been here before, done that. Okay. Dr. Robinson, St. Andrew, he did some of the same things. Okay, changing the areas, housing, everything, because if you go Kerr Avenue behind the church, that's some of Dr. Robinson's work with St. Andrew, and I invite some of these other churches that's in neighborhoods to come to the plate just like you all to try to enhance the neighborhood, bring things out, because we need it. So if y'all listening, y'all get on board and come on, all these different neighborhoods, whereas we can rebuild, but we need y'all's help too. And churches need to be part of it because y'all there in the community. So we need all of you all. And I appreciate everything that you do. But like I said, Dr. Robinson, when he used to come to us, there was not a problem in doing things because we knew he was going to do something for the community. And we see you all trying to do the same thing. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate everything you're doing and for being here today. All right, colleagues, we're going to have to move real rapidly with the really sizzle stuff.
Thank you, guys.
Item number 3, a resolution authorizing the city to enter into a WIFIA master program via a WIFA master agreement. That's supposed to be WIFIA, a master agreement between the United States Environmental Protection Agency and the city in a total aggregate amount not to exceed $50,470,000 for the purpose of providing funding for various improvements to the stormwater system. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion, a second to hear this item? Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Let's just get into it. Yeah, let's dive in. Everybody's got the presentation.
Yeah, yes, sir. Let's wait for it to come up. Anyway, Robert Connect, Public Works Directors, 125 North Main Street.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main Street.
And before I forget, Chairman, I do need to request 89 minutes. We have a very tight timeline for this, so.
I believe it's early March.
Yes.
Colleagues, any objection to adding this with same 9 minutes? Yeah. Seeing none, this will go downstairs with same 9 minutes after its vote, or at least that will be part of the motion.
Yes, sir. Is the president? There we go. I thought it was tapped once. It was red, now it's not. There it goes. Hey, technology. Okay. So, as the chairman alluded to, we were selected. So WIFIA is a selection process. It's the Water Infrastructure Financing Improvement Act. EPA administers this program and offers competitive loans, funding to programs across the country. And we've received one already for our sewer fund, our sewer utility. And so they're generally very favorable. And we're actually applying for another one as well. So this is the one, this is for stormwater funded, our stormwater utility. Doesn't like me. All right, let's try this. All right. So what is our stormwater system? Just as an upgrade, it's a good picture. We have a lot of improved stormwater conveyances in our city. This is what we call a concrete channel lining, a CCL. We have underground pipes and drainage infrastructure, manholes, inlets to the curb and gutter, a lot of different conveyance systems and forms of moving stormwater throughout our city. And I mentioned earlier, we talked about stormwater funding of bridges and curb and gutters. This council approved allocations as well from our CIP budget. So what is our system comprised of? So we, as you said, as the chairman alluded to, we collect fees from residents and commercial properties for the O&M of our stormwater infrastructure and capital improvements. Those fees collected on MLGW and those funds transferred to the city for the administration of those. They fall under public works responsibility. So what is our system? We have 1,700 miles of pipes. We have 53,000 storm drain inlets, 20,000 manholes, and about 160 miles of concrete channel linings. What are the challenges with our system? Well, our city's been around, and a lot of these systems have been in place a long time. It's not uncommon for some of these pipes to be 100 years old. It's just the nature of infrastructure and growth, and some of the systems need to be replaced or rehabbed, or they were designed under a different time. But the key thing we're looking at is significant flooding challenges as well. We've done a lot of research on this and done a lot of analysis in helping us guide our program. Changing climate is also something that we need to be aware of. We're seeing different trends. In the last decade, we've seen significant river flooding and other challenges. So we need to be thinking forward as well. So making sure we have consistent flood protection. So what are the key facts? I mentioned what this is about. This is basically a low-interest, flexible, long-term financing offered by EPA. As I said, we've already been successfully utilizing this program when we funded improvements for the South Wastewater that we call the South TE Max and the South Wastewater Treatment Plant. This will be program funding which is combined both WIFIA and the other funding that we provide through revenue bonds and what we call PAYGO, which is cash, to fund $103 million in stormwater projects over the next 5 years. Construction is anticipated to start Q2 this year, and the WIFIA financing has the potential to save $1.5 million over the life of the loan. So just real quickly, we're talking about pipe and culvert replacements. Mentioned the 1,700 miles and 160 miles of drainage conveyance, channel linings. So, detention basins, regionalism of flooding is done by these things we call detention basins. The concrete channel repairs, bridge repairs, we did a presentation on that earlier. We talked about an allocation for that. Green infrastructure and infrastructure rehabilitation. And then I'm going to turn over here in 1 second. Just an overview of the plan of finance, just to understand the balance of funding between WIFIA and our programming. That WIFIA only will finance up to 49%.
Here's what I'm going to do. We're so far behind. That's what we're going to do. Since we're going to send this downstairs, let's do this. I hate to keep you later tonight, but
that's fine.
Yeah, this is a mechanical thing. I don't think there's going to be a lot of questions, but we're just so far behind in committee. And since it's going to be heard downstairs, let's finish this downstairs. And if anybody has questions, they can do it down there. Colleagues, I'm going to move that we send this downstairs with no recommendation, with same night on the agenda with same 9 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it. Boop.
Thank you.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, I'm not ready to leave. I was going to say we need to hit similarly for 5 and 6 companions.
We're gonna hit it for 4 and 5.
Okay.
But I don't need them to be here for that. That's the best part.
Yes.
They skedaddle. And then if Brett's in here, if y'all are in here, y'all go ahead and start getting set up for planning and zoning, because we got to keep moving. Perfect. All right, colleagues, item number 4, an initial resolution authorized. Actually, hey, Robert, do you need 4 and 5 with same 9 minutes too?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $10,300,000 of stormwater system revenue bonds of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, for the purpose of financing various improvements for the stormwater system. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. All those in favor of sending this down with no recommendation signify by, or can I have a motion in a second? Moved by Canali, seconded by Warren. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it. Item number 5, a series resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $10,300,000 in aggregate principal amount of stormwater system revenue bonds of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, for the purpose of financing various improvements to the stormwater system. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. Can I have a moved by Canali, seconded by Warren. All those in favor with sending this down with no recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Seeing anything opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it.
Welcome to the February 20th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Smiley. I'm here. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 being a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Looney Avenue between Ayers Street and Hastings Street, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Can I get a motion and a second? Second. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, would you like to speak on this item?
Sure. If you read the, what is that? Okay. So Pastor Collins is the son of Pastor Collins of Progressive over here in South Memphis. And he has just been a staple in the community and is very well, that's what it was. JB set me up. Very well revered man with innovation, community, ministry, and it's definitely due time for over there in the Smoky City community. So.
Great job. Without objection, colleagues, I'd like to move this down in the affirmative by acclamation. Any objection? Good deal. Item number 2, SUP 23-26, 2545 South 3rd Street. A request to allow towing service without impound lot in the CMU1 district, District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Smiley. What? DPD, you have the floor. Name and address for the record, please.
Alexis Longstreet, planner with DPD here at 125 North Main Street. This case is special use permit 2023-26. Applicant Al Moore Towing, who he is also in attendance today. Location is 3545 South 3rd Street. I do know on the committee agenda the address is printed wrong. The request is for a towing service without an impound lot within the CMU1 district. This case was a result of a code enforcement case. So this is a pre-existing business that has been within the community. It is located in the Valley Forge neighborhood. On November 29th, about 32 notices were mailed out. I have included the public notice as there was a discrepancy that was sent out. This was originally a Board of Adjustments case that was then modified and changed to a special use permit as the request had changed. And this discrepancy was also noted at Land Use Control Board as well, but there weren't any other notices of opposition that were sent out or sent into the office. Zoning map shows that is CMU1 encompassed by other commercial and as well as some residential and office general uses. The land use map designates this specific property for office space. And here are some site photos. Yes, it is right across the street from the church. And so their proposal was to allow for a gravel lot because their code enforcement case did include that there were cars being stored on the rear of the property. And part of their condition from staff was that no cars were allowed to be stored on the property in the gravel lot that is being proposed. It is simply for the tow trucks, and then the parking that's proposed in the front of the property was to be allowed for employee parking only. So some of those conclusions, yet again, as I reiterate, is that they were seeking a special use permit to allow towing service without an impound lot. They did receive a citation for utilizing the property as a tow yard, and they have since removed the vehicles. I also checked with code enforcement earlier today, in which they have verified this information as well. And thank you. And so some of those conditions, as well as outside of that condition of what they're allowed to store on the property, is that they are proposing a fence and must not exceed 8 feet in height due to standard UDC code, as well as all parking pads, curb cuts must be installed and improved to UDC standard. That concludes my presentation for this case.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to open up the floor for questions. We start with questions of staff. Then if you have any questions of Mr. Moore, he is here in attendance as well. Councilman Ford Sr., you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to hold this item for 2 weeks. I need to talk to some of the people. Okay? Yeah.
Any objections to hold?
Then after that, we can come back.
Okay. This item will be held for 2 weeks. Mr. Moore, please get with Councilman Ford Sr. Colleagues, item number 3, SCP 23-36, 391 Western Park Drive. Request is convenience store with gas sales. This is District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Floor is yours.
Alexis Longstreet with the DPD, 125 North Main Street. This is a request for a convenience store with gas sales located in the CMU3 zoning district, located at 391 Western Park Drive. This property is located within the Westwood neighborhood. About 29 notices were mailed out on December 21st. No letters of opposition or support were sent in. The zoning for this property is CMU3, and it is encompassed by other residential properties and as well as other CMU or commercial mixed-use uses. The land use designation map shows that it is designated for commercial use. And here are some site photos from South 3rd Street and as well as Western Park Drive. As you can see, there is a pre-existing structure that has been inoperable for over 365 days. The canopy and as well as the convenience store itself already exist. Here's the proposed site plan. They are also proposing appropriate landscaping and buffering for the property that abuts on the rear. And I believe in one of these photos here, the photo on the right, you can see that there are cars backed up to the property. As I believe there's some type of repair shop or garage that is located to the rear of the proposed location of the convenience store. And I've also included the landscaping plan here that just outlines yet again some of the proposed landscaping that'll be on the front of the convenience store and the canopy, and as well as some of proposed landscaping on the rear. Memphis 3.0 consistency. It was deemed consistent by comp planning. Some of those conclusions that I did not mention was that the applicant is looking to reinstall 3 fuel pumps. This property is not located at an intersection that is defined as 2 collectors or greater, which is what prompted the application itself. And the conditions that were conditioned and approved by the Land Use Control Board was regarding the canopy lighting that shall not extend beneath the canopy in all fixtures. The canopy support column shall be sheathed in the same masonry used on the principal building. No gasoline pumps shall be located no closer than 20 feet to any side of the rear. The fuel canopy must either be rear loaded, located behind or beside principal building, located no further than 20 feet from the right-of-way. Landscaping plan is included, must be executed based on the approval. And then the standard, if any further modifications to the site plan will not require re-recording. That concludes my presentation for this case.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'll open up the floor for questions. We have Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Walker, and Councilman Ford Sr. in the queue. We'll go in that order.
Yes. Do you know if the applicant's planning on putting any electrical charging stations at their facility?
Mr. Bray, if you want to come forward and answer that question.
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North, Bartlett. Yes, they are planning on doing it, but we have not adjusted the site plan to reflect that yet.
Are they planning on putting in 1 or 2?
Probably 2.
2.
Maybe 3, but I would say 2 right now.
Can we add that as a criteria for approval that they have at least 2 electrical charging stations? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Walker, followed by Councilman Ford Sr.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. You stole my thunder. So my question was going to deal with the EV chargers, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ford Sr.
Okay, you were saying they only sent out 29 notices?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you the applicant?
Applicant.
You represent them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You know, I talked to them a while back, okay? Where that site is okay because they wanted to put one on that site and then across the street. I told them to have a meeting, okay, with the neighbor. That's Westwood, okay?
We did.
When did you? You didn't invite me, so
We did. You got a copy of the notice?
I want to hold this for 2 weeks, okay?
Without
I'm not
objection.
Hey, I don't want to hear nothing he said.
All right.
No, y'all didn't. Please don't go there with me today. I don't feel well. Don't go there with me today. Just hold this for 2 weeks and let me talk to the people in the neighborhood now.
This item will be held for 2 weeks. To all current and future applicants or applicants' representatives, I'd offer you a nickel's worth of free advice. If you do not get with the single member rep before you come see us, it probably isn't going to end well for you. So I would recommend all that for all of you going forward. Colleagues, item number 4, SUP 24-01-2426, Lamar Avenue, request to allow drive-through restaurant in CMU1 Zoning District, District 4, and Super District 8. Motion to second, moved by Spinoza, seconded by Smiley. Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main. Let's see, let me get this, the right presentation up here. This is a request for a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant in the CMU1 zoning district. Location is 2426 Lamar Avenue. Location is shown here on the map to the left. The vicinity map on the right showing the notices that were sent out. 90 notices were mailed out on July the 11th. The zoning map to the left shows the CMU1 going down Lamar Avenue, RU1 to the north, R6 to the south. The land use map shows the commercial uses along Lamar, some institutional uses as well, and then the residential surrounding to the rear and to the across the street. Here's some site photos of the current building. It was an existing laundromat that has been vacant for several years, and they are converting it to a new restaurant with a drive-through. Again, more site photos. Here's the site plan showing the existing building, existing parking. They're really utilizing mostly the existing conditions. We did recommend approval of this. LUCB also recommended approval. We had just a few conditions to remove the existing pole sign, add bicycle parking, which is already required by the UDC, upgrade the curb cuts to city standards, screen the refuse containers that are currently not screened, and then we asked for a detailed landscape plan to be submitted with the SUP site plan review, and we'll review that to add some additional landscaping. So with that, I've concluded my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Colleagues, I'm going to open the floor to questions, starting with
name of restaurant.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I would like to hold this as well. I haven't talked with anyone about this property.
Here we go.
There were only 9 notices that were sent out. I didn't know anything about the meeting. And in that area of Lamar, we don't need any more chicken places, hamburger, any of that. I would like to talk with those people to see what kind of restaurant they would like to have.
I'll second
I second that.
Mr. Song, would you like to give your name and address for the record and answer that question?
Sure. My name is David Baker. I'm with Fisher Arnold.
Mr. Baker, I'm sorry.
That's all right. The address for the record is 9180 Crestwind Hills Drive, Memphis. They proposed an American Deli restaurant. They own one in Bartlett, one on Hacks Cross Road, so that would be the establishment of the restaurant. Apologize for not reaching out to them.
Okay, we still are going to hold this for 2 weeks. Without objection, colleagues, I would recommend that you get with Councilwoman Swearingen Washington between now and the next meeting. Thank you, sir, for your attendance. Colleagues, item number 5, Z23-13, 3549, 3555, and 3561 Fuller Road, a request rezoning of 0.538 acres from residential single family to employment. District 3 and Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Spinoza, seconded by
Seconded.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Colleagues, this item originated in calendar year 2023. I wanted it to be reheard so that you all could learn more about this case before we move it downstairs. Mr. Ragsdale.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we hold this for 2 weeks?
We might as well. We've held everything else.
We'll be consistent today. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton had just gotten with all the neighbors, and now she's getting with us.
Okay. Does anyone wish for a presentation, even though? Nope. Okay.
3, I call the executive session of the Memphis City Council Committee to order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Vice Chairman Canali.
Here.
And Chairman Smiley.
Yeah, I think I'm here. We have 2 items on the agenda. Item number 1, resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Rules of Procedures, all council districts, sponsored by me. I think there's a request to say 9 minutes.
Move it.
Second. Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Canali. Any questions? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, a discussion of ordinance 5895, all council districts, requested by Councilman Smiley.
Move it.
Move. It's a discussion. No need to move. I mean, if you want to move it.
No, it's all right.
Okay, you know. Chief Fouché, the floor is yours. I think you've been up there before, so I know you know what to do. We're going to try to get your mic on. I have no idea which mic she is. We're going to hit them all.
The green light's on.
Can you speak into it? Hit it. Okay, that'll work. All right, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am here to bring you some information that you are requested about the council lifetime health care. First, I want to say this has been very difficult to put together to give like a number. So I even went and benchmarked several cities to see if any other city offered this benefit. The closest I found was Nashville. They recently ended the benefit because for 2024 it was going to cost $1.2 million for 71 participants on the plan. So for us, the average cost of an active employee with just single coverage is $7,800 a year, with $5,850 being paid by the city of Memphis, and then $1,950 being paid by the employee. But it's hard to say that that would be the number for everyone because of claims. So to give an example of how much this could cost, our top 25 high claimant employees, it was an average of $340,000 per year for each individual. So that just goes to show you how wide of a range that it can be. And of course, you know, this will increase every year. Like last year for Nashville for 2023, they spent $830,000. And this year they're slated to spend 1.2, so they stopped the program. So right now, for say 13 council members, we're looking at $76,000 a year, but of course, that could increase based on the number of claims. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Like I said, it's very hard to put like one number with it because I don't know what claims would be. Yeah, so I've been working with PwC, and PwC, they did come up with like different scenarios, and so this is where I got this information from. Yes.
All right, I have a question. So, you know, there's been some discussion about this particular ordinance. Thank you for muting me. So, question, there's been some discussion about this particular item in the media, lifetime forever. Could you clarify what the ordinance specifically asks or requires?
From my understanding, the ordinance is for elected officials that serve 2 full terms. And it would be for...
Is it free?
No, it would be the same as an active employee.
Is it lifetime?
Until they turn 65.
Okay.
For me, that may be lifetime.
What kind of Councilman Carlisle, what type of life do you live?
Right.
You're supposed to get 310. That's just what I heard.
So the employee will pay 25% and the city would pay 75%.
25%, the city pays 75%?
Yes.
Any other questions from this body? Okay, I know Dr. Warren has a question. I know. Okay, there's a lot of questions. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, and I know former Chairman Jones is here to share a few words. Would y'all like to hear from him first, or would y'all go ahead and take questions?
I think give him the prerogative.
Okay, Chairman Jones. Well, Council, Chairman Emeritus. There we go.
There you go.
You could have went to this mic, unless you just wanted to sit by Chief.
I did. Well, good afternoon, council members. My first time sitting in this part addressing you. Good afternoon again. But as the maker of this, and let me
excuse me, sir.
Oh, Martavius Jones, 1398 Worthington, Memphis, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir.
Let me first apologize for dropping this for you new council members into your lap. This was originally proposed to be disposed of during my final term on this, but we had to get the wording right. We didn't want it to be lifetime. We didn't want it to be perceived that it's a free benefit for council members. So that was making sure that we had the wording right. That was the time delay with this. We knew that we had to have 3 readings for this, and ideally, we would have had it at the first meeting in November, have it approved for first reading that night, first meeting in December, second reading, third meeting in December, final reading, done with. But we didn't have the wording right, so that's the only reason that this does this. Now, council members that serve with me, I'm gonna do my homework on everything. I'm gonna look at the numbers. The difference between Nashville and us, they have 40 council members. 40. So if we look at a 8-year cycle, or basically a 12-year cycle where everybody will fall off, that's 40. So I looked at the numbers. If we look at those that are no longer on the council, there were 5 people no longer on the council as of January 1st. Only 3 would be eligible. If we look at those who will be term limited this time, Councilman Ford would not be eligible because he's over 65, Councilman Warren. Okay, right. But, right, exactly. So if right, won't be included. So if we look at that, council members, and then we say after that, every council member will be under 65 over that period of time. Between now and 2060, and that's everybody, 7 and then 6, term limited. You're looking at 60 people between now and 2060 that will be eligible. So to use Nashville as a comparison, when they have 40 members, we only have 13 through 2060 using the same thing of Nashville, they will potentially have 181 people on the rolls for this. So if you're looking at 181 through 2060 versus 60 through 2060, you're talking about 2 totally different numbers when we're talking about this particular benefit. So, I had a few prepared remarks. From time to time, I've heard the saying that a lie doesn't care who tells it. Similarly, misinformation doesn't care who spreads it. So while this information was and is being spread, the fact that this ordinance wasn't for lifetime benefits, but it was to be aligned with what's currently offered by current city employees, meaning that at 65, primary is Medicare, and an individual still would have to pay 30%. As elected officials, though, more often than not, you're going to have more information available to you than the general public will have. And they're going to trust you to make decisions based upon the information that you have at that time. You knew that this wasn't lifetime benefits. You knew that this wasn't free. Will all of the decisions that you make as council members be easy? No. Will all of them be popular? No. There's not a single one of you, neither did I, who ran for this office saying, what's in it for me? This vote is about choice. There's nothing that requires any council member to participate. Humbly, I would suggest that if you're not in favor, simply abstain. What will be a referendum later this year is going to put the pay in your hands, not in anybody else's hands. I did a quick search of council member salaries for cities with less population than Memphis. And according to Ballotpedia, Memphis is the 27th largest city in the United States. Number 28 is Louisville. In 2018, their council members made $48,000 a year. Baltimore is at 29, the 29th largest city. They make $76,660. Fresno at 33, the 33rd largest, they make $92,000. Kansas City, the 35th largest city, they make $81,000. Tampa is 51st largest city. They make $52,000. In Cleveland, the 53rd largest city, they make $80,000. So if that referendum passes and the council considers increasing its pay, please know that you'll get as many calls and as many emails about that matter as this one. But the choice is going to be the council members. But at that time, I would suggest here, exercise your choice by refusing the pay increase. Just like you can exercise your choice by saying, I don't want these particular benefits. There may be council members today that will vote against it, but when their term is up, surely seek to enroll because no one will know. So if only Councilwoman Johnson here, and the only person besides you and I who know the work that goes into being a council member, those are these people here. And this is a part-time job. But this is the most, besides the mayor of Memphis, this is probably the most scrutinized job in the city of Memphis, being a Memphis City Council member. This job is not easy, and it's not going to be popular all the time. But I would contend that most of the constituents in Memphis, they care about you fighting for higher wages, for better jobs, fixing the potholes, having better streets, cleaning up our dirty city, advocating for the homeless, eliminating food deserts, whatever cost that may be associated with this, perhaps reforming the pilots and tax abatements for less than living wages would pay for it. And your constituents would feel that that's more important to them than this. You will vote on thousands of items by the time that your term ends, and this one vote alone cannot and will not define you as council members. Thank you, former colleagues and friends.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. I do think, whenever council member comes, we give them the respect to allow them to speak, particularly if there's an item they respond to. I know we have a lot of council members in the queue, at least 2 or 3. I'm gonna start with Councilwoman Swearengin, then Councilwoman Walker. Is there anyone else in the queue? And then Councilman Warren as well. So Swearengin Washington, Councilwoman, go ahead, Swearengin Washington. Hold on, let me get your mic.
They answered my question about the age limit. I just wonder, where did the word free come from?
I have no idea.
So my opinion on this, lazy journalism. A call to Ms. Foucher's office could have easily said that under the current city plan, people at 65 go to Medicare unless they are still employed. So somebody who's working in any department, if they happen to be over 65 and still working, they still can have the city's plan as primary. But a simple phone call would have done that. A simple phone call, and the ordinance itself says that it's going to be aligned with the current city benefits. Look at it for yourself. Mm-hmm. It says that. So a simple phone call, and I had different remarks downstairs, but I said that lazy journalism does our community a disservice. Simple phone call to the benefits office would have provided the information that current healthcare benefits for participants in the city's plan end at 65 when that person becomes eligible for Medicare, unless they're still employed.
So the same for the word lifetime.
Well, lifetime doesn't exist for a city employee. Somebody who retires at 63, or if a council member retires, is term limited at 63, it's only good for 2 years. But a simple phone call would have cleared it up and said that the city's current plan, and looking at the ordinance, the city's current plan only covers people to 65.
And am I correct that it is optional? If you don't want to take it, you don't have to take it.
It's your choice to decide if you want to participate in the city's benefit plan. But I do want to clarify that if you retire from the city before 65, that the only benefit that you receive is the HRA account. You don't receive this health insurance plan that the current active employees have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I want to know what it is, but I'm go to Councilwoman. But also, just listen to Councilman Jones's comments. I believe that I don't know where the notes are. There we go. So in 2016, we would have, according to the current proposal, we would have 2 council members that would be eligible, Hedgepeth and Kim Conrad. In 2020, for those members who were elected, we would have 3 council members that would qualify. It would be Jones, Morgan, and Covette. And then the other individuals that are elected during their time will be over 65, so they would not be eligible. So you're talking about, as of right now, you're talking about 5 people who would qualify to opt in if they so choose. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your mic. Try now.
I think it's a delay with it. Thank you. Yeah, so I think my questions have been answered already between the discussion that has already taken place. I'm just glancing back at my notes. So, but it is not past 65, age 65, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So not lifetime.
Okay.
As what has been, even reports that I saw, well, yesterday morning, I watched Fox 13 in the morning. I sent Valerie Calhoun a text message, and they corrected the story. I said, Val, look, I'll read it to you. And so they corrected the story and said that it's not lifetime, but other published reports and, if I look at the stories today, all of them say that, misinformation doesn't care who spreads it. Let's see, Valerie. So, good morning. Correction on health benefit story. Former council members will pay the same percentage, 30% as current employees, and it's only to age 65 as people on city's plan moved to Medicare at 65. Good to know. I'll share with our folks, and we'll get on that. Thank you. So that was her response to the misinformation that first started yesterday.
Okay, you said 30%.
Yes.
Didn't someone just say 25? Did you say 25%, Ms. Fouché?
Fouché said, Chief Fouché said 25%. Councilman Jones was under the impression it's 30%.
It's a moving target. It's a moving target. Yeah.
Okay.
It's on an
Hold on, let me get your mic because we can't hear you. Councilman Carlisle, say something.
Let's say it's on a moving basis. Every year the city reevaluates. It's like any employer. We're self-insured up until basically what's the stop loss coverage. But the city determines as a employee benefit, if it costs $100 total to insure you a year, the city determines how much they're going to contribute in based on their budget requirements. And the typical aim has been somewhere around 70-30 split, which is a heck of a benefit. Most employers, private sector employers, are probably more like 60-40 now or somewhere in between that bogey. But it just moves every year. Is that fair?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Thank you. I yield to the floor.
All right, is there any other councilman? I know Dr. Warren's in the queue as well. Dr. Warren?
Thank you. You guys are aware I'm chair of the Health Care Oversight Committee, which has representatives from the police department, the fire department, the employees that are not in those two branches, and also retirees. And at our meeting last week, they unanimously voted to recommend that we not approve this. The reason they voted not to approve this is that if you retire and you're a city employee before you're 65, you don't have the option to buy this. And you have to work 25 years or whatever the contract says to get this. So I think, when I first heard about this, in my mind, I looked at the numbers and it sounded like, well, this doesn't seem too bad. It's not a ton of money, but the message that we send our employees, I think, would be bad for morale. I think because, as Councilman Jones said, lazy journalism gets people all riled up about something that may or may not be a dollars and cents issue. If men perceive events as real, they're real in their consequences. And what we have is a community that thinks that we're giving ourselves a big bonus. So, in my mind, that doesn't make much sense for us to do. If we had every pothole filled and all our streets paved and all our garbage picked up and all our lights working, and we also had a crime down, and we had a budget surplus, and we'd given every employee who had retired this same benefit, then I think we should vote it for ourselves. But I think at this point, it doesn't make much sense for us to do this. And I'd like to move that we table this and bring it back off the table when we have those conditions I just mentioned fulfilled. So I'd like to move that we table this and bring it back at such time that we have all the streets paved, all the potholes filled, crime under control, a budget surplus, and enough money to give our employees the same benefit when they retire before 65. I just need a second.
So there's a second, but I do know we have some council members currently in the queue. I would like to respect the council members being in the queue. So I know Councilwoman Green in the queue, and I did not look to my right. I don't know if anyone else is in the queue. Councilwoman Walker. So Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Walker. But we do have a motion in a second.
Right, and
Oh, hold on. Your mic's muted. Try now.
can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me now? I don't disagree with Councilman Warren's sentiments at all, except for tabling. He has basically said, table it till never. And so I would rather us just take a vote and vote this up or down. When you vote it up or down.
I'll withdraw my motion to table.
Thank you. It lets the people know where we stand, and I think that's important at this juncture too. I know that you've gotten as many emails as me because we're CC'd on a lot of them. And frankly, I would like to move on to business in my district and in our community that is focused on them and not on us, and be able to partner with them on the litany of things that you just said, right? And other things. I appreciate what Chairman Emeritus Jones has said today, and I understand your arguments. But for me personally, it doesn't matter whether the benefit would last 2 years or if it would cost $2,000 or $2 million or 20 years. The point is, it's a benefit for me that's not for my community, and that is not why I ran for this office. So I wanted to make sure that we really took a vote on this because I think the public is asking us to take a vote on it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Green. No, the motion is withdrawn, but we do have other councilmen in the queue. Councilwoman Walker, then Councilwoman Cooper said. Unless Councilwoman Walker wants to defer, since Councilwoman Cooper said has not spoken. Okay, Councilwoman Walker.
Well, thank you. So since the motion has been withdrawn, my question was, were we going to do any damage control around this and share the correct information? Is that our responsibility to share the correct information surrounding this? That was my first question. And also, one thing that has not been brought up is, I'll just put it in a question. If you're too sick to campaign, are you too sick to serve? And I think this would keep people from running for multiple offices just for the benefits if they were not age 65. And finally, when my first term ends, I will be past age 65, so I wouldn't be eligible for this anyway, but there are others who possibly would be. The 12 of you up here, you all are married and or wealthy and or young, and I am neither of the three. So for a person who would need to take advantage of this for those reasons, although it wouldn't apply to me because I'll be past 65, I think that that is to be considered as well. And that was it. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman.
Hold up. I got you too. My bad.
It's okay.
There we go.
There you are. Thank you, Chairman. I have been pondering and talking with my other colleagues on this, and I fall in that younger age range. And married. What really was disappointing and discouraging is when this first came out, the miscommunication. And one thing that I've learned and I notice about people is once you put something out there, it's really hard to reel it back in. It's very hard to reel it back in. I possibly have another 4 years to run again. And what I do not want my constituents in the city of Memphis to think that I need to live off of them. That's the first thing. I don't need to live off the taxpayers, because I'm a taxpayer myself. I think, and I echo what Dr. Warren has said. We have so many different things that we need to tackle right now. I don't think we need to table it. I think we need to look at it down the road, and salary increases down the road because of the hard work that we do. I thank you, ex-chairman Martavius, for trying to push this forward. But timing is always so important, and right now this is not the right time for it. I yield the floor.
Any other council members in the queue? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds clear. Thank you, Chief Fouché, for giving us the update on and factual information when people put out don't attempt to do their due diligence. Chairman Jones, I always appreciate you as well. This item will be voted on today downstairs. That brings us to our add-on items 21 through 27. Councilman Canale is eager to hear me read all these items. Slowly for the individuals who are listening. Item number 21, a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $500,000 from sidewalks, cover lines, project number PW24200 to FY24 city-owned sidewalk project number PW TBD for sidewalk repairs in various locations. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There was a request to same 9 minutes. Item 22, a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $1 million from Curb Gutter Miscellaneous LLC cover line project number ST03211 to FY24 Curb and Gutter project number ST-TBD for curb and gutter replacements in various locations in the city. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Item number 23, a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $1 million from ADA Curb Ramp cover line project number PW24300 to FY24 ADA Ramp bid group 68 project number PW-TBD for ADA Curb Ramp improvements in various locations, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There's a request for saying 9 minutes. Item number 24, resolution authorizes the city to enter into a WIFIA master program via a WIFA master agreement between the United States Environmental Protection Agency and the city in total aggregate amount not to exceed $50,470,000 for the purposes of providing funds for various improvements of the stormwater system. All council districts sponsored by administration. Request for saying 9 minutes. An initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $10,300,000 of stormwater system revenue bonds of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, for the purposes of financing various improvements to the stormwater system. All council districts sponsored by the administration. This request the same 9 minutes. A series resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $10,300,000 aggregate principal amount of stormwater system revenue bonds. Apparently, I need to unlock my iPhone. System revenue bonds of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, for the purpose of financing various improvements to the stormwater system. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's request the same 9 minutes. Resolution to amend the city council rules and procedures. All council districts sponsored by the administration. No, sponsored by myself. There's a request the same 9 minutes. The same 9 minutes items are 6, 7, 8, 9, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Does any other member have anything to say? I was about to hit this gavel.
Holds item 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
It's not in here. Okay, we'll hold items. Absolutely. Thank you. See, that's why you have an amazing vice chair. Get you together when you're wrong. We're holding items 2, 3, 4, and 5 until March 5th, 2024. 5 is not on the script. So you don't have to blame me for everything. You can blame the person who's sitting to my left, and I will let you know who that is, Brooke Hyman. Doesn't appear to be any other business for the council. This committee is adjourned.